the whole thing. He's gonna call us so much. So they can still help me. I don't know.
Sometimes he don't book different proclamations.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Mary, this don't always book different proclamations.
I know. He's just here, and the Humphrey's back here too. So, but yeah, no, he wasn't sure if he was
I know you
coming.
look at me tonight, but I still have to. That's why.
Yeah, yeah.
I know you look at me like that's what I was saying.
Can you get to these? Hi. Hi. My name is Bonnie. I'm here with the Department of Mental Substance Abuse Services. So when you go with your proclamations, so we have an opportunity to get our
Absolutely.
Okay.
No call for mental health awareness. There are two separate proclamations, one for you guys and one for you guys. Okay. They'll both come up at the same time. I'll read one of them, and I'm not sure which one he's going to read. Okay. But he will let you see it and you can put it on that one.
Okay, thank you so much.
So Bob will come up here, or Bill will come up here and pray, and then that's kind of out of the way a little bit better protection. Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bill Schneider of St. John Lutheran Church, and remain standing for the posting of colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Thank you, sir. Let us pray. Almighty God, our Father, this day we come before you asking your blessing to be upon us. Father, we are your children, your servants, and we ask that you would bless those who are elected to their positions, that you would give them additional wisdom and insight, that all their decisions would be for the good of all people. Father, you have called them to serve, and Father, we pray that they would serve to your glory and that the benefit of this community. Father, we also ask your blessing upon these young people who have distinguished themselves in so many ways, and as they post these colors, let us be reminded of this great country that we stand for. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So ladies and gentlemen, this is the state champion, JROTC, all-military, JROTC state champions. Let's give them a big round of applause. And we're going to present some certificates. So I am a proud mayor to have the all-military state champions. They even beat the Marines. I think we ought to give them a big standing ovation and show them how proud we all are. Colonel, I hear that all of Fort Sill's proud too. Except the Marine detachment, right? Right. All right. And so thank you guys so much. You have represented our city well. And I know you think you represent yourself and your family and your school, but you know what? You represent Lawton Fort Sill. And we're very, very proud of you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for what you did. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for the performance that you gave us. I know you're all going to be very successful in life. I can tell by the way you handle yourself. God bless you all. Thank you.
Are you going to do the proclamation with the...
Oh, I forgot that part. So, look here, I did all this and I forgot about it. We made a mayoral citation of excellence. And it says to the MacArthur High School JROTC Highlander Battalion, 2023 overall JROTC Armed Forces Drill and Color Guard Team State Champions, 2023 two-time back-to-back Army JROTC Drill and Color Guard Teams State Champions. This mayoral citation of excellence is presented to the 2023 MacArthur High School JROTC Highlander Battalion in recognition of their remarkable achievement as not only champions in their field, but also as outstanding representatives of the winning spirit of the Lawton Fort Sill community. Their passion for excellence, hard work, and leadership skills make a significant contribution to the pride and prestige of the city of Lawton. In honor of their remarkable feat, I'm honored to declare that the MacArthur High School JROTC Highlander Battalion is some kind of wonderful. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all for this opportunity, especially thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing us the opportunity to do this, because we do have some great kids at MacArthur JROTC. And what you've seen was just a small token or small portion of what they do. And they've spent a lot of long hours and long practice times to be as good as they are. And I am gonna, since I have the microphone, just so you all know, as you heard, they are the Oklahoma State Champions, Armed Forces State Champions, and I would like to get them state championship rings. And I am asking if anyone would like to donate to that cause. No amount is too small, because we JRTC programs don't have boosters. So we have to raise everything ourselves. And just so you know, to get rings for everybody standing up here is going to cost us just over $7,100. So if you are interested, please contact the MacArthur JROTC. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. I'm glad I gave you that mic. Thank you, guys.
Love, peace. Arm, grab your weapons.
Man, doesn't that make you proud? Now we're going to have the administration of the constitutional and statutory oaths of office for our newest incoming council member, Dr. Bob Wiegert, and then he will take his seat, and the oaths will be administered by Municipal Judge Nathan Johnson.
I don't. But thank you.
All right. Councilman, you can take your seat. And welcome, by the way. I know I speak for all of us when I say we look forward to working with you, and we're glad that you're here. Now we will call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Here.
Hampton.
Here.
Uyghur.
Here.
Johnson. Warren.
And now we've got some proclamations, and we'll start with the Flood Awareness Month. If whoever's receiving that would come forward. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm some kind of worried. Let me find my glasses. All right, well, it is that time of year when we have to be aware of flooding, isn't it? So it's important. And I can remember years ago, we're going to be talking about flood insurance. I can remember years ago, probably in the 60s or early 70s, when we became part of the flood insurance program in Lawton. I'm old enough to remember that. Whereas year after year, many Oklahoma citizens are victims of flood damage, yet have no flood insurance protection. Whereas Congress created the National Flood Insurance Program in 1968 to mitigate future flood damage and provide citizens with protection against potential loss. Whereas got a spotlight. Whereas the Stormwater Management Division has been designated to coordinate the NFIP in Lawton, Oklahoma, and whereas the NFIP assists Lawtonians by making flood insurance available at affordable rates and helps the city of Lawton in making wise decisions regarding floodplain management and use. Whereas Lawton is qualified for the sale of flood insurance, and a policy may be purchased from any licensed property insurance agent or broker in good standing. Whereas there is a need to inform Lawtonians of the availability of affordable flood insurance, floodplain management techniques, and flood safety procedures. I do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 as Flood Awareness Month and encourage everyone to educate themselves and others in flood awareness. Let's take a picture. Okay, you want to talk flood to us?
Right. I just want to take this opportunity to remind everyone that most homeowner insurance and business insurance policies do not cover flood losses. So that it is through the National Flood Insurance Program that we are able to purchase affordable insurance. The City of Lawton does participate in it, and it also participates in the community rating system. Lawton is currently a Class 6, which means that we receive a 20% discounted rate in our premium policies. Everyone is encouraged to get it. You do not have to live within the regulated floodplain to purchase flood insurance. Please be diligent this month of May so that you can learn more about flooding, and if you have any questions, please call the Stormwater Office.
All right, let's give a round. Appreciate it. And now we'll do a proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. And Marie Deddy and the Oklahoma Department of Human Services are going to receive those. If y'all will come forward. This obviously we all became much more aware of the importance of mental health during the time of the pandemic. And so we appreciate all that's done in our community in that regard. All right. Come on up here. I actually have separate proclamations, but I'll read only one. They're very, very similar. Whereas mental health is an integral part of overall well-being, and its significance cannot be underestimated in fostering a healthy and thriving community. Whereas Marie Deddy and Youth and Family Services and the DHS have been steadfast advocates for mental health, providing crucial support and services to children, youth, and families in our community. Whereas mental health conditions affect people of all ages, races, genders, and socioeconomic backgrounds, and is essential to raise awareness and eliminate the stigma surrounding mental health issues. Whereas during Mental Health Awareness Month, we have the opportunity to come together as a community to promote understanding, education, and access to resources that can enhance the mental well-being of all of our residents. Whereas Marie Marie Daddy Youth and Family Services and the DHS have played pivotal roles in empowering individuals and families by providing compassionate counseling, therapy, and other essential health services. I do proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month and encourage everyone to educate yourself more on mental health needs, communicate with your friends, watch for people that need that extra hand and that extra caring about it to give them care and help direct them to services. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, let's get a picture. Here, we're going to get a picture.
Switch her. This is yours.
Okay.
I'm like, I don't have glasses on. I can't tell which.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I can't see that far.
Let's get one of everybody up here, and then Terry, let's get one with you solo.
Who's going to talk? All right.
What?
Well, here.
Seriously?
Mr. Mayor, I think you covered it the best. At the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, there's a location just down the street, about 10 minutes away, that Terry leads and is there for each and every one of you. Like you said, if you or a loved one are experiencing crises, please call the 988 hotline. We have people there and available to help you navigate the most difficult of services and put you in touch with local resources. It is 988. It is Googleable. It is on our Facebook page, and we really just want people to know it's there.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you guys so much for all that you do. National Police Week. The chief. Can you hear? Real good. Hi, Chief. I'm some kind of wonderful. How are you? All right. So we always love to be uplifting to our first responders, our police today, National Police Week. And it's awesome to have this opportunity and humbling to be able to appreciate all of our police force. Appreciate you heading it up, appreciate all you do. I know that sometimes our first responders and our police department don't feel appreciated, but I'm going to tell you the majority of the community does appreciate you, and the ones that don't, we're glad you're there taking care of them, okay? Whereas in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May the 15th falls as National Police Week, established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. Whereas the International Association of Chiefs of Police has declared law enforcement officers' safety and wellness a top priority, and the IACP's Center for Officer Safety and Wellness promotes the importance of individual, agency, family, and community safety and wellness awareness. Whereas the members of the Lawton Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of Lawton. Whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that the members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocents against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. The Lawton Police Department has grown to be a progressive and professional law enforcement agency which unceasingly provides a vital public service. I do hereby proclaim the week of May 14 to 20 National Police Week, and encourage everybody, not just here in this room, but everybody in our community, to uplift our police officers as you see them this week and every week. Let's give the chief and the entire force a round of applause.
was going to get away without talking. Well, thank you very much for this proclamation. And like you read, it was established in 1962 by President Kennedy, and the Police Week is next week. It's a ceremony in Washington, D.C. that honors our fallen officers. It's a good ceremony, but I wish that we didn't have to have it. Last year, it was 247 officers who lost their lives. From the state of Oklahoma, it was 8 officers who lost their lives in the line of duty. So far this year, it's been 37 officers nationwide who have lost their lives, and here in our state of Oklahoma, it's been 3 officers lost their lives in the line of duty. Also, in correspondence with our national memorial, we also are having a state memorial ceremony next week on the 19th in Oklahoma City that will honor those fallen officers that represent Oklahoma. So thank you all for recognizing us and appreciating us in this community.
All right, now for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So we as a community are a very diverse community, and the Race Relation Commission sponsors these monthly recognitions of different people groups. And I always enjoy this, and I see a few Samoans here, and I like to go to the Samoan church. They know how to do church. First time I went, it was all island music, and that was pretty cool. And so it's neat to experience different cultures. I encourage you to get out and do it. It's fun. I actually have a proclamation here for Asian American, and I have one for Pacific Islander as well, and we'll just read one of them.
We got Larry coming in.
Oh, we got one more. Larry's coming. All right. Can't leave Larry out.
No, I can't leave Larry out. No, I can't.
How are you, Larry? Whereas the valued heritage of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders has been recognized through observances in Oklahoma and across America each year in the month of May during the last 30 years. Whereas the continued study of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Oklahoma will serve to bring about an understanding that promotes harmony, respect, and furthers the movement towards a greater level of diversity in the state of Oklahoma. Whereas recognizing the Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders communities and looking back at the struggles of past generations respects the foundation of not merely dreaming, but moves the focus to achieving. Whereas past generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders continue to inspire us today and will inspire future generations of Oklahoma regardless of race. Whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders continue to enrich the lives of all Oklahomans by sharing their heritage and their legacies. Whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month will continue to emphasize to all Oklahomans and the nation the significant contributions made by Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the progress of our great state and our city. I do proclaim this month, May of 2023, as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and urge all residents in Lawton Fort Sill to take part in cultural activities that raise our awareness of the different cultures that live among us, that make us the unique city across the state and the country that we are. And this all leads up to the International Festival and why the International Festival is so great. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, thank you. Who wants to talk?
You want to talk?
Thank you to Mayor Booker, the city council members, as well as the city of Lawton for recognizing Asian American and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. We appreciate even Dr. Bishop Dunaway, I'm sorry, Bishop. And with the Race Relations Committee, Dr. Deloach with the Diversity and Equity Committee at Lawton Public Schools for including me in on discussions and ideas to be able to better all citizens of Lawton, Oklahoma. So we thank you for inviting us, Mayor, and being able to recognize us. I'm just glad to be in the human race. How about you? Right? And with all the tragic that's going on in the world today, we need each other.
Dan, do you want to say anything?
I just want to thank Ms. Kim for bringing the kids in, or students from MacArthur, Mr. Larry bringing in the kids from Eisenhower High School, and Enrica and Alan for, supporting the Race Relations Commission. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
And I think they're telling me we have a video. Are we ready to play the video?
MacArthur Islanders celebrate the Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders month.
That's it.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause. And we always love it when the children come to participate. Kim wants to talk.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members. I want to bring a student forward, Carly Burke. Carly Burke is the president of the Multicultural Club at MacArthur High School. She's been the president for the last 2 years. Well, let me share with you, as older people, we have our mindset and things the way we want to do them. But when you have young people implement ideas, such as that video, it helps you be more creative, and it also gives them a voice when we're talking about different things. So give Carly a hand clap. This is her last event. She's been with us on all the events. She's going off to college in the fall. So we want to see leaders like this move forward and help the community move forward. So give Carly a clap, because she did a great job with the Multicultural Club.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Good job there.
All right, and now it's time for our reports by our mayor and city council. We're going to start with the colonel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to tell everybody thanks for all the great support over the last couple weeks, especially for Fort Sill and the fire symposium that took place at the Apache Casino. It was a wonderful opportunity to have a lot of leaders, both active duty military and also retired senior leaders, come in from out of town and receive a lot of positive feedback from all of them. And then also all the great support from the concerts over Friday and Saturday night. We look forward to the next couple weeks, parade on the 20th and the beginning and kickoff of the summer.
All right, we're truly Lawton Fort Sill. Thank you so much for inviting the community to the concerts. Thank you. And Mr. Warren.
I would just say that my
refuse cart became the victim of a vehicular accident. And I would recommend that everybody just slow down a little bit in the neighborhoods. There's no reason to be going that fast, and that refuse cart could just as easily have been a child. Ms. Johnson.
Just wanted to say congratulations to all the graduates this year. High school these days is pretty tough, but they made it. So just want to, can we just give them all a round of applause real quick for that accomplishment? And a special shout out to Kayla, my princess. She's graduating. So.
Mr. Uyghur. Dr. Uyghur, excuse me.
Grateful to be a part of the council and serving in our community. And again, congratulations to everyone that is graduating this month.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I want to welcome you, Bob. I guess I get the privilege of sitting next to you. That's going to be good, and I appreciate you serving the citizens. I also want to encourage everybody. There's summertime's coming up. We got the farmers market. We've got other events coming up, and get out and enjoy that stuff with your family. You know, you put it down on your calendar, set a time to get out, because that's always wonderful to mingle with the rest of the citizens in the community and have a good time. Thanks, Mayor.
And Mr. Gill.
No report.
And Ms. Chapman.
I want to applaud the Lawton Police Department. I read in the paper your special operations unit that you have put together and getting some of these people who are pushing drugs and other offenses off our streets to help us keep safe. A switch, don't forget Arts for All Festival this weekend.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Ms. Hankins.
Yeah, I was going to remind everybody of Arts for All. That's a fun time. Everybody in Lawton that's a Lawtonian has been around for a while. Look forward to that. That's a fun time. And if anybody says there's nothing to do in Lawton, they're just not looking very far. There was a symphony on Saturday. There's all kinds of things. You got to look a little bit. And if there's nothing to attend, then get your family together and enjoy the kids and the grandkids and all of that, because I always liked having my kids at home as much as possible.
Right, thank you. That moves us up to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. Glad we could put you to work, Judge. Thank you, Pastor. Okay, seeing no one come forward during this time of audience participation, I will close that and move us on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, do you have anything you want to remove? Okay, I need to visit with the city manager just a minute. Okay, Council, did you have anything you wanted to pull? I'm going to pull the one, I need to look at the number, but I'm going to pull the one about and ask a question about, it's number, where's the one about the Freedom Festival?
Let's find it.
Is it 24?
Let's see, 24.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm going to pull item number 24, Freedom Festival. Are there any others?
Mayor, council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of item number 24.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. I think I need one more. I've got 7, okay. Motion carries 7-0. That brings up item number 24. Consider approving operating a professional service agreement providing entertainment and fireworks for the 7th Annual Freedom Festival by Limelight Productions and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract. So, Jason, the reason that I pulled this is I'm concerned about what inflation has done to our budget. It doesn't appear to me that the budget has changed, but inflation has eroded that number. This is the largest gathering at any one time in our city every year. Arguably the most successful event that we put on, and it all happens at once. We're a patriotic community. I think it's important, and so I'm wondering if we need to be looking at the budget amount.
Yeah, so, am I on? Hello, there we go. Mayor, council members, looking at the budget, there were some concerns if the allocation of the hotel motel was not the full 100,000. I know as hotel motel gets assigned to different groups, it's up to or a percentage of. As long as we get that full allocation, we also have an amazing group, and Councilmember Harris has been doing great as far as fundraising. That fundraising goes through LEDA, and so we believe that we'd be able to cover everything within the budget. However, just with anything else, if the budget were to be increased, that just means the more things that we can do.
So we always like to plan ahead. I want to make sure that, because I mean, this takes effect for this July, right? July 4th.
That is correct. So Freedom Festival this year is June 30th and July 1st. So starting as of last year, we've moved it on to a 2-day event. So we do have expenses that will be at the end of this year and at the beginning of next fiscal year.
Okay, and do we have some carryover money that we haven't spent that stays in an account?
Yes, so the Freedom Festival allocation of the hotel motel funds is to remain in the LEDA account for Freedom Festival perpetually. And then with each year in planning, we try to stay within $10,000 to $20,000. So there is some rollover funds from the previous year.
Okay, and you're telling me when we do the hotel motel allocations, you'll be making a recommendation for the next year?
That is correct.
Okay. Can I get a motion for approval?
I have
Oh,
a
I'm
question.
sorry, Mr. Hampton.
It's quite all right. So Jason, with the fireworks, the actual purchase of the fireworks, has there been a significant increase with COVID and all of that we have maybe had to cut back on any of the fireworks? Or
So there has been an increase to the prices of the stage and the fireworks. So we did have to shift some of the funds. And so if we were similar to salaries and everything else, that if we're wanting to maintain this as the largest fireworks show in Southwest Oklahoma, that 100,000 has been the same since, I believe, 2016.
Yeah, we're still holding that up, that we're the largest in the area, right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
I had one quick question. And I may have missed it. Do we have a concert?
Yes. So we're getting ready to push that out, so we're not releasing the name yet, but we do have an artist. We also have an agreement with the 77th Army Band and the ever-popular Princesses, who performed last year, filling in for the 77th. They'll be back, and they are actually slated on the performance for this year. So I'll let that one slide.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the operating and professional service agreement providing entertainment and fireworks for the 7th Annual Freedom Festival by Limelight Productions and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract.
Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing us up to unfinished business, item number 28, receive a presentation from Traffic Engineering Consultants Incorporated regarding traffic signal operations on Gord Boulevard from 2nd Street to Laurie Tatum Road, KCA Veterans Drive, and provide direction as deemed appropriate. Larry.
Mayor and Council, Steve Hoffner with TEC Traffic Engineering Consultants is here. He's recently completed a signal timing study in this area, and he's here to present his findings.
Is that good? Mayor and City Council, I'm Steve Hoffner with Traffic Engineering Consultants. What I hope to do today, a little closer still, okay. How's that? Oh, okay. Give you a brief presentation on the results of the study. I visited with you a few weeks ago. We'll talk particularly about Laurie Tatum as well, and tell you some of our recommendations and be happy to answer any questions that you might have. See if I can figure this one out. The study covered 5 intersections along Gore. It was Northwest 2nd Street down to Northeast Laurie Tatum Road. I'd like to particularly talk about the 2 first intersections on there and some of the challenges with those, and then the bottom 3 kind of come grouped together as well from a traffic standpoint. At Northwest 2nd Street, it has the wide median, and the way that that signal currently operates is you've got 4 different directions. All 4 directions run on separately from each other. It rotates around in a counterclockwise direction. And as such, you've got to allocate enough time for each of those 4 directions. And the way that the current system is set up, you have 100 seconds, and that's all you have available. So basically, each of the 4 directions gets 25 seconds. There's a little bit of adjustment there, but it really doesn't allow you to do very much. At Railroad Street, it's the same thing. A wide intersection, it runs the 2 different directions. The east and west have to run separate from each other, similar to 2nd Street. And that also does not allow a lot of opportunity to change the signal timing out there. The north and south is fairly light at that location, so there are a little bit of adjustment to that. But again, with the 100-second cycle, you really don't have a lot of time to give. Advancing to I-44 and the 2 ramps, and then also Laurie Tatum's, we talked about a few weeks ago. Laurie Tatum is very close to the east location, and there are 2 really old traffic signal controllers that operate the I-44 East location and the Laurie Tatum Road. We were hoping to be able to make timing changes with the existing system. Went out there one day, spent time making those changes, and that old equipment just would not operate the way that it's supposed to operate. So there's very little opportunity to make changes at those intersections. So I just wanted to have that kind of as a backdrop to the rest of the presentation. There is vehicle detection at 2 of the intersections, meaning that you could adjust the way that the intersections operate. It detects how many vehicles there and can allocate time based on that, and that's at 2nd Street and also at Railroad Street. Back to what I said a minute ago, 2nd Street, we really don't have the opportunity to change much with the current system, and therefore there's not much of adjustment or advantage to the vehicle detection system. At Railroad, we can make some adjustments, and we have been able to allocate more east and west time. But again, east and west operate separate from each other. The rest of the study was to see if we could make timing changes, what recommendations going forward to time that corridor, and also make short-term and long-term recommendations. Again, the close spacing between I-44 East and Laurie Tatum, that's why the intersections are operating currently. There's actually, I call it a pseudo phase. The eastbound could be running at more time than it currently is, but they stop eastbound so that it can't get backed up at Laurie Tatum. With a different system, we would have the opportunity to add quite a bit of time to the east and west movements there, and I believe that you can make the changes necessary to keep the middle of the intersection separate from each other. The question last time was, what about the signal? Can it be taken out at Lori Tatum? Talking to Larry, another company has done a traffic signal warrant. There's minimum volumes, and if those are met over 8 hours in a day, then the traffic signal is justified to be placed. Those warrants are met at that intersection. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a traffic signal there, but that's usually the thresholds that we use to determine that a traffic signal is needed. In the report itself, if the council chose to take the signal out, we show a couple of different alternatives as to how and how the different intersections would be affected by that. We probably would like to make some changes in the traffic signal equipment out there and see if we can't get it to work together before we took the other action. At I-44 East, we've got a Peak 3000. It's a circa 1990 traffic signal controller, and it really is barely functioning out there. And the one at Lori Tatum is Peak Transit, which is even older, and that's why we haven't been able to make the changes. In theory, we should have been able to make them, but we just couldn't do it. We recommend to replace those two controllers with Econolite cobalts and go to a different way of coordinating the traffic signals. With the change in those two signals, and if we added, you can add time clocks or you can add modems. The modems give you the opportunity in the future to actually talk to a central location and monitor these traffic signals. And what the modem or the traffic time clock is doing is simply keeping the clocks in each one of those controllers extremely accurate, so they're within 1 second or no seconds of each other for all 5 of the intersections. And once we do that, then we can change the cycle lengths and vary the cycle lengths through the day and add more time to different movements and give you a lot more flexibility in operating the corridor itself, and definitely better coordination. If we went that route, then we would need to develop different timing plans, and we'd have shorter cycle lengths probably in the morning and longer cycle lengths in the afternoon, giving movements more time. A second short-term recommendation is flashing yellow arrows. In particular, the eastbound left turn at I-44 and the westbound left turn at the west I-44 and the eastbound at east I-44 would give traffic the opportunity, left turns, to turn on permissive. And so you'd have a protected phase, and then you'd also have a permissive phase when opposing traffic wasn't available. Also, it would help at east and west Lori Tatum for the left turns. The two intersections, the wide intersections, long-term improvement, you could close that median up and have this intersection operate as a single intersection. If you did that, then east and west can move together. Instead of having 25 seconds one direction, 25 seconds the other, you could have 50 seconds east and west, and it would substantially help coordination by making a single intersection. Second Street is a little more challenged. You can't really do that at that location. However, it could be rephased to where the east and west move together. The left turners that coming off of the east and west movements would stack in the middle, and then north and south would go together. The models show that that would actually work, but you would have some stacking in the middle. It is an alternative that could be considered to allow east and west movements together. That's a brief overview of the report. What we have recommended is to change out the two signal controllers, add modems or GPS clocks at the 5 intersections, and do signal timing as a short-term improvement to get us started on the project. Answer any questions that you might have.
You have a question, Joy? Go ahead, Ms. Chapman.
The equipment that you initially spoke of during your presentation that's not functioning or you can't change it, are those the 1980 and the 1990 controllers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's at East I-44 and Lori Tatum, the two most critical.
Mr. Gill.
If we change those two controllers, what would that actually do to the overall flow? Because you've got 3 lights involved there, so what would that do with that? Right now, those 3 lights, if you want to get through them, you just hope there's not a policeman around.
Right. Yeah, so what would happen with the changing controllers?
Chief, you didn't hear that.
One would be to stay with the 100-second cycle, but we would change the phasing at the same time so that we don't have those pseudo phases in there. And one of the things that we could not do, there's 45 seconds given to the eastbound left turn to turn north on Lori Tatum. We tried to change that because there's no reason to have 45 seconds, since that's where the controller would not allow us to change that. We'd probably have 20 seconds, which then would allow more westbound. The reason that that was put in there originally is they didn't want that traffic to move up to the east interstate drive, so they hold them back there at Lori Tatum. But with the change of both of those, we can add time to both of those intersections to move traffic through them.
You mentioned a blinking arrow also for the eastbound to turn left onto 44. There's always a long opening in that. It seems like I've been studying that, and that would actually move a lot of the traffic that causes some of the congestion. That would be inexpensive to do. So I guess my next question to you or Larry, what would these two new controllers run in round dollars? What kind of money are we talking about?
The controllers themselves are in the range of $3,000.
Okay.
As long as we didn't change out the cabinets. Eventually, the city probably needs to budget and change out some of the traffic signal cabinets. That's the enclosure, the big box that the controller sits in, but the controller is the computer inside there. And we can do, I think, pretty much all of that with $3,000 at each one of those intersections. And then the clocks are in the $800 to $900 range.
So your belief this would open that up where we wouldn't have the problems that we're having now, even with an increase in traffic. I've got one more question. It's actually for Larry. If you can answer this. Back in the day, 5, 6, 7 years ago, when this was looked at and we were going to put the light down on Highway 7, which was done, this was called a temporary light, and it had been planned on to be taken out when that light on Highway 7 was put in. Now my question is, why at that time did they decide to do away with that? Was it a cost figure or just something that they didn't think they'd need anymore? Maybe the traffic, is there a feel for why? Or
The question is why they did away with...
Well, why did they classify that light that we're talking about on Lori Tatum as a temporary light at that time?
Really, the long-term plan that was being looked at is to relocate that intersection further to the east toward Cache Creek and get it to where you have greater spacing and to allow better operation. But long-term, the signal would stay there, but it would be 700 to 800 feet further east of where it is now. And so they just weren't able to relocate that Casino driveway and Lori Tatum Road due to land ownership issues, from what I understand. And so that's why the signal is just stayed where it's at.
Okay, so I'm looking at what you just said as opposed to closing it down and fixing the median, making the changes there, and or a couple of new modules as far as equipment goes to solve this problem, which sounds like that would be the cheapest and possibly still solve the problem. Just putting some new equipment in there. Is that your finding?
Yes, we believe that it will operate substantially better. I'm not suggesting that there won't be occasionally there'll be a car or two that'll be there in the middle, but we can keep that with what I have looked at, and I've done this quite a bit, we can keep that area cleared out, and we can add quite a bit of time east and west.
And that sounds like probably economically the best solution from what I'm hearing.
It's the short-term, simplest solution, and doesn't preclude doing something in the future if it became an issue or continued.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, hold on just a second. Provide direction as deemed appropriate. That's what we're supposed to do. What direction do you deem appropriate?
I would think that it would be worth the expense of I'm guessing $10,000 to $15,000 to do the short term, the new boxes, new controllers. That coupled with a little patience for the East Siders, maybe.
No patience.
Maybe we can push this along until maybe we can come up with a plan between us and the tribes, to maybe move some roads and do something in the future. But I think this will get us by for now.
I think that's a reasonable assumption. Certainly something we could do and see how it works. It wouldn't be something that we would be invested that much in, and it's certainly equipment we could use somewhere else if later we decided to use it. I know we could use it.
And so what's your motion?
I put a motion in that we go forward with buying new equipment, putting it in use as directed by what we just heard, and get it working as soon as possible.
Second.
And I have a second.
And we do have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second, discussion or debate. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving us to item 29, receive a progress update on the Clean City and Clean Culture Destination Excellent Motion and Plan presented to the council on March 7th, including roadblocks encountered and associated workarounds, taking any action necessary.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today I've been asked to give you an update on where we are with the implementation of the bulk program. So we are continuing to face the same problems that we had before. Citizens are still setting out the wrong type of waste, and sometimes they are setting it out at the wrong time. However, we are starting to see improvements. The top 3 pictures are non-compliant set-outs, and the bottom 3 are examples of compliant set-outs in which we are seeing an increase of these. The original presentation had specific items that staff felt that would improve the bulk waste program. And I want to give an update of exactly where we're at on each of these types of items. So the first thing that we were asked was to create a separate bulk waste flyer that was simple and easy to understand. This update was done on March 10th. It was also put on the city website. It has been viewed 956 times. We also pushed it heavily on social media. There were 697 reactions to this, whether it was a comment, a share, or some type of comment or like. The guide was also sent out to 28 property management companies. It's been sent out to approximately 500 new utility customers. And we also have a link on the utility bills that will go directly to the site. 221 landfill customers have been charged the no tarping fee since January 1. And we've also had an increase where we have changed, or we've updated the door hangers so that it has the QR code that will go directly to our set-out guide. And we have placed 109 of these door hangers since March. On April the 7th, we started automatically charging customers who set out more than 4 bulk waste yards. And we have also increased our communications with neighborhood services. Since March, we've had 63 deficiencies that the solid waste drivers have reported to community services, or to neighborhood services. We've also performed 12 premium bulk collections. These are for collections that are in excess of the 8 cubic yards or that were placed out of cycle. To address the staffing and equipment availability, Council authorized the purchase of the 4 non-CDL rear load trucks, and the order was placed for these trucks on May 4th. The delivery time is still 8 to 10 months. To address the staffing availability, we requested 8 additional employees to be included in the solid waste division. As of right now, these are not included in the preliminary budget. We have looked at and adjusted the salaries so that they are competitive with what the private haulers are paying. Another way that we recommended to address the staffing and the equipment availability was to increase the commercial rates. Since we started the once a week or once a month bulk collection in 2021, the commercial accounts have increased by about 150 customers. We would like to increase the rate so that it is comparable to those of private haulers. It was also recommended that we contract out the litter abatement activities. A contract has been established with T&M Solutions, and since April, they have removed 278 tons of debris along the 11th Street right-of-way. Staff is also now using Trustees, and they have removed 1.5 tons of litter from around the landfill. Staff is also preparing an RFP for contracting the bulk waste services. It was requested to look at changing the collection start date from Wednesday to Monday. If directed, we can make that change. However, it is still recommended that we wait until the first of the year so that we have adequate staffing and equipment availability. And it also makes for a cleaner transition. But until that time, we have directed our employees to be working 10-hour days, and they are also working overtime and Saturdays as needed so that we can finish the bulk collection by Friday, or by the weekend, so that we're not going into the next week. And that's it for solid waste. I'll turn it over to Neighborhood Services.
Okay, I have a few questions. Why would it take more staffing to pick up on Monday as opposed to Wednesday?
The additional staffing was so that we could use the other trucks.
Well, I think, as I understood what you said, maybe I misunderstood, was that you could move to Monday if directed, but it would take more staff.
Mayor, I think it's more of an equipment issue. We've just got the trucks on order. It's going to take some time to get here. So Larry, is that correct? Is it more of an equipment issue? I feel like it is.
Yeah, primarily Wednesday is our lightest day of the week, so we have rear-load commercial trucks available that can help us. Commercial collections on Mondays and Fridays are so heavy they can't do any bulk collection on the beginnings or the ends of the week. And even right now, with all of those additional customers that we've received from Waste Connections and the other private haulers, since our rates are so low on the commercial side, our rear-load commercial trucks really aren't able to help us much on even Wednesdays on their lightest day. And so having those commercial rear-load trucks and also having the option to use our residential drivers that only work Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, if needed, we can call them in on Wednesdays. It's just a way to use the existing equipment and the existing employees that we have. Wednesdays being the lightest day works best to start. And so moving it to Monday as possible, it's just, it's really a heavier workload at the beginning of the week.
Do you think there's a problem, people setting their stuff out on Sunday, which is going to be natural for them to do, people work in the yard on the weekends, and it sits there until Wednesday? Do you see that as a problem, or are we overplaying that?
It's not ideal, obviously. Ideally, we would want to pick it up on Monday, the day after we set out, either Saturday or Sunday when somebody's working on the weekends. Ideally, you'd want to pick it up as soon as possible. But again, operationally wise, Wednesday is functionally the best day for us right now.
The last time we talked, and you may have said this, and I wasn't getting everything you said because of the distance, the sound issues, but did we contact some outside vendors and see if we could get supplemental help to make sure we get this stuff picked up?
Right, we're putting together an RFP package to issue to get proposals or bids from private haulers to give us a supplemental service or an on-call service.
And if we used outside vendors, could we start on Monday? Picking up on Monday, if we were using outside service, it wouldn't affect your scheduling then.
Right, assuming that we had a good qualified proposal come in, we could do that.
Now, currently, you're finishing by Friday. You're paying overtime to get it done by Friday, or holding them over to a weekend so that it doesn't sit there over the weekend and wait till Monday. Is that correct? Did I hear that? Okay, commend you for that. Now, the commercial rates, I'm going to want to see comparisons to other cities of what other municipalities are charging for commercial rates. You could probably also put in there what commercial haulers are charging, but I think we need to compare to our 6 peer cities that we've chosen to see what they're charging before. For me, I would need to see that before I could be for or against it, actually. Now, citizens are still setting out the wrong items, and it sounded like you're really doing a good job of trying to communicate with people to let them know what they can set out. Do you, is there anything else we can do? I'm at a frustration level, as the community is with our bulk trash. Everybody wants it to work. But everybody has to do their part. We have to do our part, the citizen has to do their part. Maybe the way, I'm under the impression also that move-outs are causing us a lot of problem. We obviously have a high rental property rate here, the number of rental properties versus homeowners. Is that where our problem lies? And what part does move-outs, where they just empty everything and put it on the curb, what part does that play in the problems that are being caused?
I think it is a problem. Whenever you have a lot of rental properties and you have a renter that just leaves, they really don't have any concern or motivation to do something right, so they will just set all their stuff out at the curb and leave. So rentals, as you pointed out, is one of the main issues for non-compliant set-outs.
And I heard you say you sent notices to property managers. What was that notice that you sent to them?
That was the bulky waste set-out flyer, the guide that has the calendar and the compliant, non-compliant list.
So if somebody moves out and dumps everything on the curb and calls in and cuts off their water bill, who's responsible for that? Because we don't want to leave it there a month till it gets picked up. Who is responsible for that? Is the property owner, the property manager, or nobody?
What we have done, Mr. Mayor, is we've actually charged the property management team.
The property management company becomes responsible, but we get it picked up as soon as we know about it. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We still leave a 24-hour notice for them to correct the issue, and then if it's not corrected within that 24 hours, we will actually look at the property management water bill that they have here in the city of Lawton, and we will charge the property maintenance.
Okay, I'm glad we've got somebody responsible. Now, here's something I'd like to know. Do you think we're headed toward success?
Personally, yes. I've seen improvements just in the set-outs driving through the different neighborhoods. Comparing right now from when we started, it's been a slow process, obviously, getting the education out there, getting the enforcement out there, being quick to find those addresses that are non-compliant, but I have seen improvement.
You do believe we're making progress, and you do see success in sight?
Yes.
But it's not till January we're going to get those new trucks.
Those 4 trucks will make a huge difference for us operationally.
Okay, Council, I'm sorry I hogged all the time. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm just trying to educate myself a little bit. So with the commercial pickup, usually here and in other cities, that's usually, I guess, for the weekend Mondays, and then for the week Fridays is generally when that's set up for the commercial pickup?
Really, they're all through the week. It's just that Thursdays and Fridays, Mondays and Tuesdays are the heaviest commercial collection times. Just imagine the restaurants that are open on weekends.
Yeah, that's
close up on Mondays.
That's probably, if there's a worse trash, that's probably a worser of the trashes with the food products and stuff in there. Because I'm understanding that Monday bulk pickup is a conflict because the staffing and the equipment with doing residential and commercial at the same time. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's really what hinders us, yeah, is the commercial demand right now that we have is consuming all of our rear-load trucks, so we have a difficult time utilizing those rear-load trucks on a Monday.
Right, very understandable, unless the extra equipment's gonna help, and extra employees are gonna help also. Now, this is my second question, I'm just trying to look at options here. because it certainly is an issue, and I do understand the logic, talking to some of the citizens. You know, they got the weekend off, so they clean up their trash in the garage and stuff at home, and then they don't know where to put the trash at because they've taken it out of their house. And and I think some of them is doing that, then they put it on the curb on Mondays, and I think that human nature is probably dictating that, just for trying to figure out what to do with the trash. Nobody wants to move their, all the stuff they have in their garage twice. But not being able to do this till the first of the year, we talked about that, getting some of the outside help, and I'm just wondering if maybe there can be a staggered time where maybe we could get some help once we get some help from the outside companies to help us with trash on Mondays. I know some people are being compliant for the Wednesdays, but that period from Monday to Wednesday for those people that are cleaning their garage or setting that stuff out, I'm just having a hard time. You know, we've done a good job with educating people, but just me thinking through and talking to some of my constituents, that they think that we're wrong for scheduling it the way we do, because they're going to clean their trash up on that during the weekend. So I didn't know if that was an option that we could actually throw on the table, to where maybe we could supplement and maybe do some money pickups on some of that stuff with outside vendors, and then once the first of the year comes, we can work in this new schedule that's going to be more applicable with your staff and services and equipment.
Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to real quick just mention that I think what we've done has helped. What I'm seeing mostly when I drive around now is kind of what we saw in the pictures. Now we're back pretty much to normal set out and horribly wrong set out. In fact, right now there's one just northwest of here in Old Town North that the entire front yard is full. It's completely and totally full of furniture and household goods and the whole bit. So that's what I'm seeing. So I don't know if maybe, there's already a deposit usually collected by management companies and property owners. Maybe, that they may need to increase that if they see that they're going to be charged for that cleanup. I look at it almost now as a service that the city's providing, because the renters are setting that stuff out and we're having to pick it up. I think that the new trucks will help. I think that it's definitely not going to hurt to have some outside vendors give us some ideas on cost and possibly even hire them. But I think the program itself, as far as getting the word out, I think it's making an effect on the citizens and letting them see the information and know what they're supposed to be doing. I just think we need to see if we can ramp up the enforcement maybe for the people that are the offenders.
My question is for those random mattresses in the middle of the road, right? There's a lot of that going on. So what are we doing about that part? Are we waiting until someone reports, or, our drivers, when they're picking up the regular trash, are they reporting them? What are we doing for that?
For any type of bulky waste that's out in the street blocking the road, then yeah, we would immediately pick that up, either by our street division or solid waste division.
Okay, because I've seen some that have been sitting there for a while. So if a citizen sees that, I know we have the iHelp portal, are we still kind of promoting that as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then, so the charge comes to the city when we're doing that, right? Because it's...
Correct. If it's out in the street, that's a tough one to enforce on a particular property.
And what about land? Just there's no house or anything on there, and it's just land. Somebody's continuously dumping on that. Who gets charged for that? Is it the landowner?
So on that, it would be actually the landowner. themselves, we would have to give them a lien.
You have to give them the what? I'm sorry, I didn't
So
hear.
there would be a lien. So what we would do is we would charge them for the abatement costs, and there would be a lien put on the property.
Ms. Chapman?
We're trying to change the culture of some people who just don't understand what we're trying to do here in town, which is frustrating. I have two quick questions. I live in Area 1, so my regular trash is picked up on Monday. Now, if we change the bulk to Monday, then does the whole schedule, everyone's schedule get changed as a result?
Yeah, I mean, everything would shift from Wednesday to Monday. So, for example, for Area 1, your bulk will be the first Monday of the month.
Okay, so we're going to have to re-educate people with new. Okay, and secondly, is there a way, and Jonathan, before you go, I have two addresses here for you. I drive around. Is there a way that when the regular trash trucks make their routes, and if they see bulk out at the wrong time, is there not a way that they can write down an address or communicate that to you in some way? Because they're out more than anybody. I know, it's just an idea. I did not know if that could work or not.
And they are able to radio that in to our office. Our admins take those.
You might want to push that concept a little, might help.
Mr. Harris?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gill, I believe is.
Mr. Gill?
And I have one on the
You said something that concerned me a little bit, but I know it's true, and that is that the outside contractors that do the bulk type, mostly commercial, but you said that their prices have increased, and I know they have. I've seen that on some of my own property. So my question is this put a lot larger burden on our staff all of a sudden? I mean, or has it been gradual, but it's something that's affecting our overall product?
It has been gradual, but it's been a steady trend. We've just been gaining commercial customers at a pretty good rate. And that's what's tied up our rear load trucks, that's taken them away from bulky waste collection on residential property.
And a lot of these commercial contractors are using the city landfill, correct?
Correct.
So this might be something that we want to visit again and see if we can't work something there that will possibly ease the burden a little bit. We can talk about it more, but just needed that question. Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
A couple of questions. So is it just a flat fee of $133, or is it by the load, or by the grapple, or by?
It's per hour.
Per hour, okay. So, can I speak, John, could you address my neighbor? How long did it take to clean that?
For which property, sir?
The 928?
Right, I don't know that number as of right now, but I can get back with you on that.
Do you know how many loads they took out of there?
That I do not know.
Literally, they cleaned the whole backyard, right? It was 4 feet deep, and this whole backyard was
That
full.
wasn't considered bulk waste, that was considered a
Abatement?
a regular abatement.
Is that the same rates, or is that a different rate?
That's going to be different.
Okay, so that's something that was asked to me by one of my constituents, the difference between the bulk waste and the abatement issue. So if it's on the curb, then it's bulk waste. If it's back from further than 12 feet, it's abatement?
Correct, yes, sir, that's when we have to send the 10-day notice to abate the property.
Okay, super. Thank you for doing that. I mean, the whole neighborhood's kind of taking notice of that, and I'm seeing less and less violations. So I'm hoping that maybe after a few people get fees, they will say, okay, I don't want to do that. And I explained that online a couple times to some people that, it's real simple to not get the fee, just don't put your stuff out. So I think we're going to have to play a waiting game. And then finally, Larry, one more question for you. Do we just need to go back to twice a year calling in when you got bulk waste?
That's an option. That's a policy decision for the council, but there are obviously very varied ways to do this, quarterly, twice a year. on-call. Each community does it differently across Oklahoma, the ones that we've looked at.
Are we seeing a lower level of bulk pickup now? I mean, are people gradually getting rid of their, it just seems like we sooner or later they'd run out of garbage.
Right.
And mattresses.
You would
It's
think.
decreased from what it was initially. but
Yes.
It's pretty steady, about 800 tons a month.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hankins.
This is a brief question and a simple answer, I think. Most of us on the council drive our awards, okay. So if we're driving around and on a Tuesday or something, we see trash out, bulk trash, and we call someone to make that report, then how long would it be before it got picked up? It'd be the next Wednesday, or whatever that area is, I guess. I mean, is it helpful to you guys, to the staff, for us to report those that we see? Because, I mean, what do you do, just drive around? You wouldn't have to drive far most times, but,
Yeah, it's absolutely helpful.
Okay.
So, yeah, so please continue to do that.
okay, so Ward 1, get going.
But not 50 at a time?
No.
Yeah, or
Oh.
100 at a time.
Okay, this is an action item. If there's any action or direction anybody wants to bring up, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you all very much. Brings up business items number 30. Hold a public hearing to consider a change of zoning from the R4 High Density Apartment District to C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification, and change to the 2030 land use plan from residential low density to commercial for the property located at 1212 Northwest Arlington Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73507, and if desired, approve an ordinance changing the zoning and a resolution changing the 2030 land use plan. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. As you stated, this is a rezoning request and an amendment to the land use request for the property located
Okay,
at 12.
hold on a minute. Adjust the mic so it's closer.
Is this better? Alrighty, this is an amendment to the land use plan request and a rezoning request for the property located at 1212 Northwest Arlington. The surrounding zoning is currently R4 to the north, C5 to the south, C1 to the east, and R4 to the west. The proposed use for this is a parking lot for the LCHC, the Lawton Community Health Center. It is currently vacant. There was a residential structure on there that currently was vacant and had 2 structure fires on May 5th and November 11th before it was torn down. The current land use plan, to the north is residential low, to the south is commercial, to the east is residential low, and to the west is residential low. This was noticed to 27 property owners within 300 feet on April 3rd. This was also published in the Lawton Constitution on April 21st. Staff has reviewed this, and adding a tree buffer and OPEG screening to the west property line would be required due to the residential use. And this went to the Planning Commission on March 30th, and their recommendation was to deny the rezoning and to bring it back as a use permitted on review for a parking lot within an R4 district. So to leave it as the R4 and just do a use permit on review.
Was there opposition at the CPC from neighbors?
No, sir.
What was the reasoning? I didn't drive by, but I looked at the Google Maps, and I just can't imagine why this was recommended for denial, but the minutes weren't attached, as they have been many times, for us to see what happened during the CPC meeting. First of all, was there a reason minutes weren't attached?
No, sir, that was just a failure on my behalf.
Okay, can you tell me the reasoning that the CPC gave for recommending denial?
This was recommended to denial because a rezoning isn't necessary to accomplish a parking lot because you can just do it as a use permitted on review instead of rezoning it all the way to a
Okay.
commercial property.
Okay, so their recommendation was to deny it, the request, but come back with the use permitted on review.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. I understand better now. And I remember reading that since you brought it up. Okay.
Yeah, Mayor.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes, this is in Ward 5. I went around and looked at this, and a big majority of that block is actually used for R4 density, or it's not residential, single-family residential, right? That whole block. I mean, there's not a lot left on that block.
Yeah, to the south is already commercial, and then to the east of this lot is the actual hospital use, and then to the west is zoned R4. So it is a high density.
And then every corner at 12th and Arlington has, there's an empty lot on the one that's not, but it has businesses on them, don't they, in that area? So their whole area is kind of being built out. My council, I just wanted to say that I think that if we got to go do the land use, that's fine, but I think that the parking over there, I drive down through there all the time. I live fairly close. When that clinic is busy, it can get somewhat congested down in that area, and I think that them, with as big as that building is, getting more parking at some point is probably crucial. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Harris?
Cameron, is there any reason, any problems to going ahead and rezoning it?
The only thing would be to have that OPEC screening and the tree buffer due to the residential use to the west still.
But there's no real reason not to rezone it?
No, sir.
How long does the process for use permitted on review take?
It would be identical to the rezoning. It would be roughly 60 days because you have to go renotice, go to CPC, renotice, and come to council.
Roughly equal?
Roughly equal to redoing this whole process, yeah.
Mr. Warren?
That was, I think, going to be the answer to my question, was do we have the ability to just go ahead and approve it as a use permitted on review, or does it need to go back through CPC?
I don't think it has to go back through.
I would make a motion that we approve this as a use permitted on review, and that way I think everybody's happy.
Motion to approve as a use?
I'll second it.
Okay, hold on now, we got to hold a public hearing. Okay, at this time, go ahead.
One of the items at the CPC was that they marry the lots that have the LCHC clinic on it to the lots that will be the parking lot, so that it would all be combined together. So if you do decide to recommend a use permitted on review for this, can we include that in the motion?
Charlotte, is that recommendation part of the council exhibits?
Unfortunately, it's not. I just
Okay.
went back and looked, and it was not on the minutes were not included.
Okay, Mayor, my recommendation is going to be to table this item. It's not ready for council's review. It's an incomplete record. So we can table it. My recommendation would be to table to a date certain, and then revisit this when we have all of the exhibits correctly attached.
So another option would be to direct staff to bring everything back at the next meeting to make it happen.
John, would you want us to go ahead and have the public hearing today, since we've already had the notice and the...
Yeah, we can do that. I just wouldn't want council to take action on this, just to direct an outcome here without the record being complete.
I'm opening the public hearing on 1212 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
I'm going to try this. Mayor and council, I make a motion that we table this item and direct staff to bring back all the pertinent information
at a
date
meeting.
certain, which would be
the next
regular meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, item number 31, hold a public hearing to consider a request for a use permitted on review to allow an autism and behavioral services medical facility to be located in a residential all-4 zone for the property located at 502 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard, Lawton, Oklahoma 73501, and take action as necessary. Cameron.
Alrighty. So this is a use permitted on review for an autism and behavior service medical facility to be located in the R4 zoning at the address of 502 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. This structure was built in 1926 and is currently 2,113 square feet. The current zoning for the property is R4. You have R4 to the north, R4 to the south, R2 to the east across Fort Sill Boulevard, and R4 to the west. The current land use for this is residential low. You have residential low to the north, the south, the east, and the west. This was noticed to 27 property owners within 300 feet of the requested area on April 3rd and published in the Lawton Constitution on April 21st. The planning department has received phone calls from neighbors to the north and to the south stating they are not in favor of this request, along with a petition against this request signed by 16 of the 27 property owners within 300 feet. Staff has reviewed this and 11 parking spaces would be required for this use, one of which being an 8-foot handicap with an 8-foot access aisle. The current site plan only shows one spot on the existing driveway. The City Planning Commission held a public hearing on March 30th and recommended to deny this request.
Council, do you have questions before I open the public hearing?
Yeah, Mayor, I would like to just make a statement.
Okay, we're going to make our statements after the public hearing.
Sure, no
Right
problem.
now, you can ask questions of staff. Mr. Harris?
Did we not look at this once before? Or did we pull it and ask you to bring it back?
We have not looked at this. We have not brought this to council before.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Come on up. Okay, thank you for coming. And we need your name and address.
My name is Susanna Hunter, and I'm at 502 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. I also have 3 other properties along Fort Sill Boulevard on the west side that are right outside of this zone. So I'm not one of the original petition signers. I did not receive the notice, so I did not receive the letter. So I did not sign the petition, but I would have. Also, directly by me at 510 is Mr. Dennis Roost. He does reside in Oklahoma City. He was not given notice. He will sign the petition. And then we also have another person right here who lives behind me and is also within 300. So you have 3 more signatures out of the 27. You're up to 19 would have signed out. 16 did sign. 3 more of us who are now aware of it would have signed. And I know this is a pretty well-read council, so I'm reminded of the metaphor of the camel's nose into the tent, which you're probably mostly familiar with, that a Bedouin traveler caught in a sandstorm was asked by his camel, "Can I put my nose in the tent?" And the Bedouin said, "Sure, go ahead." And the camel's like, "Well, can I put my head and my front legs in?" And he said, "Yes." And he said the next thing he knows, the hump and the rump were in, and the Bedouin was outside the tent sleeping. This is a historic neighborhood. This is one of the few historic neighborhoods of the Lawton area with these historic homes on it. Would like to keep it a residential. We've lost a lot just on Cash Road. When I first moved to Lawton, Oklahoma, almost 2 decades ago, Cash Road was a lot of brick houses, mid-century modern, that have since been disappeared and are now fast food and car washes. I think this is the camel's nose. Once we start this with that many parking places on a residential home, it's that blue house on the corner, Once you start this with 11 parking places, the next thing, we're going to have car washes and dispensaries along Fort Sill Boulevard. And that's not what I want to see, and that's not what I want for the 3 houses that I do own on Fort Sill Boulevard. I don't think we should let the camel's nose into the tent. Also, just in the past week, I've done, hang on. So their use requires that they have, I counted it out, they need 2 treatment rooms, a waiting room, a break room, an assessment room, an office. So it's a waiting room plus 5 rooms and a bathroom. Well, I did a quick study just in 3 days in downtown Lawton, along Gore, along Fort Sill Boulevard, north of Cash Road, along Cash Road, and I found 42 office buildings that are currently empty for rent that have this many rooms. I do not know why. It feels like the person who purchased this house, it's a residential house, that they're seeking to ask forgiveness instead of asking permission. They could have gone and rented or purchased office buildings all over Lawton that are sitting empty.
Okay, thank you for coming. And who's next? And tell us your name and address, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Booker and the councilman. My name is Daphne Carrigo. I live at 412 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. I live directly across the street from where the home is they're wanting to make the autism house. I'm trying to make it rush. I'm not complaining about the autism house being put out. It's just a bad area to place it. My grandson does go to autism place for autism treatment, so I understand about the need for it. It's just it's extremely busy on Fort Sill Boulevard right in that area, and I have a problem of worrying about the children getting loose, or there's nowhere for them to run because there's so much traffic there. So I'm against it just for the safety purposes. I love my home and I love where I live at, but for safety purposes of the child and the children that they want to put there, I would prefer them to find a better location for them to be safe. They want them to have a home environment, which is fine. It's just they need to find a different street other than Fort Sill Boulevard.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Come on up, sir. And if you'll give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Oh, that's my wife right there. Y'all got all that. Nah, my name is Randy Carrigo. I said 412 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard, right next door to him. Well, that's a really busy area. And like I said before at the planning, everybody try and avoid the school zones. So what they're going to do, they're going to turn on Dearborn. A kid got 0 tolerance to get away from you. With kids are escape artists, they'll run from you. But walking out that door is no sidewalks, so that the kid's going into the street. And Mr. Policeman back there, he up on the side of my house every day. I think he stopped my wife one time. His police cops, they don't have no room for error there. They go in the front in Fort Sill, they're going to get hit. They get on Dearborn, they're going to get hit. You can't just, avoid it. I mean, grown folks are good, but kids, they just run. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. It's not a safe area. My grandson got autism. I support that. But in that area, no way. Plus, I need to come out my driveway. My driveway is right there. So if you got buses and cars, you got 5 staff people working there, there's no room. I'm about to retire, and I like to come out my house sometime.
All right, thank you for coming. Did you want to come out, ma'am? And if you'll give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Sheila Jarvis, and I live at 1108 Northwest Euclid. Right, the alley is right there. I have 2 houses on that property, and I just don't want it there for my own personal safety. I'm a single woman, I'm there alone. I just want to feel confident that I can go outside on my own property. So that's all. Do I have to say anymore? I mean, that's it.
All right.
I just want to feel safe. I didn't move there, move there, and this would change things, and I wouldn't feel safe. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this item at 502 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've had several calls about this piece of property. Unlike the property that we just, and I guess I'm speaking more to the council, unlike the property that we just looked at, which had a lot of businesses around it, there are just residential houses in this area. And some of the same things that were said about when they widened Fort Sill Boulevard, there's hardly any room there. I've had that complaint. I've had complaints that that it's just a bad choice of area. My opinion is that if there are other businesses there, then I could see somebody wanting to rezone that area for businesses, but it is a residential area. And with that said, I want to take the staff's recommendation and move that this be denied.
Have a motion on the floor for denial.
Second.
Did I hear a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to comment more for people watching than anything. This is a perfect example of being involved. If as a council, we look at the response to this, and the neighbors for sure don't want it. I think, but with the petition and the people that have come and spoke about it, I don't think that they want it in their neighborhood. And I think that we should honor that, and I hope that's an example to other people to be involved. And if something's happening in your neighborhood, either positive or negative, come down and talk to us if you need to.
And I just wanted to add, Mayor, if I may, that I agree with the location being dangerous. I work with young people that have autism, and I also have a grandson that has autism. And I hope that the owner of the business will continue to look for a place, because it's something that we desperately need in our community. We have a high number of children and youth that are on the autism scale, and our services here in our community are slim to none. So I hope that they continue to look for a safer place.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Moving to item 32, hold a public hearing to receive any citizen recommendations or concerns for the upcoming FFY 2023 Annual Action Plan, AAP, and approve a draft version of the FFY 2023 AAP that includes public service organization funding recommendations and policy manual changes. Gary.
Good afternoon. Pretty much the plan is following the same tracking as it goes up a little bit every year on the CDBG and home amounts. Okay, and the only real changes to the plan this year, we lost one public service organization and we gained two, so we had 9, and we continued pretty much with the consensus, and the Planning Commission approved it that we divide the money evenly between the 9 PSOs, and everybody all of the PSOs are in support of that, so that's the way we continue with that. The only real change to the action plan from prior years in our projects is our whole home rehabilitation project had a forgivable loan and a repayable loan. And our HUD representatives felt like that the repayable portion, it's much like the first-time home buyers project that we had last year that we removed the half that the homeowner had to pay for the $15,000 for down payment and closing costs. Their recommendation, and we agreed, was to remove the repayable part of the loan. The repayable portion provides our program income for the home, and that amounts to about $12,000 a year. And with the office size that we have, HUD felt like monitoring that repayable portion of the loans was more work and more liability than was really worth what it brought in. So, and I didn't disagree at all. So that's our recommendation on that, is to cancel the repayable portion of the whole home rehabilitation program. And then as far as the amounts go, on the last page, none of the figures changed substantially. If you, in the prior years, we didn't really show the backup funds all the way up the chart on all of the programs. We're trying to get the funding in IDIS to match our munis budget, and that's difficult to do, I think, but we're getting closer every year, so we're trying to make the two line up.
Are you ready for questions?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Chapman?
On this funding chart that I'm looking at,
Yes, ma'am.
down where it says public facility improvements with the H.E. King and the Patterson, and off to the right, it says funds remaining from previous years. Why have those not been used? Because I know there are a lot, we have a list of wanted improvements for both of those rec centers, and so I don't know what that means.
I can't really answer to the delays in that, but I had it on the projects last year.
Gary, hold on. Dwayne's got some info here.
Mayor and Council, part of the reason for the delays in that, we've been struggling to get contractors to get the bids turned in and take on this project, so we've been having to carry the money over.
Okay.
And we've also had some inflationary issues come up along the way, so we've put more money with that. We're working on, for instance, the H.C. King Center, redoing that kitchen area. We have been really working to try to get contractors to come in that can do that work, and it's very difficult. So that's part of the reason that you see that money being carried over.
Well, are the directors of those two places, are they being made aware that you're trying to get this done and there is some money for the improvements of the list that I have? The directors of those particular two places?
They're well aware of what we're trying to do, and Ms. James, Christine James, our Parks and Rec Director, those are under her purview. The facility supervisors there are well aware of the corrections and renovations that we're doing. We've done substantial work on H.C. King. If you look around, we did the parking lot, the sidewalk, corrected some of the lighting. Mr. Campbell out there is working on trying to get things painted, HVAC issues. So there's a lot of projects with our community centers that we're still trying to get done.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I have a question. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Okay. For all three centers, also the Patterson Center, which is in pretty poor condition, could we be provided a list, I don't know who else wants it, but a list of what what we have in the queue to be working on? And I heard you mention that there's complications with getting someone over to get the kitchen done. What's the complication? Is it that we can't find someone? Is it too difficult of a job?
So we put this out for bid or to get quotes several times. Contractors they're few and far between, and we're not getting any participation. A lot of that is they're just not returning the bids. And then once we get one bid, they are only on for like 30 days. And then, or less than that, based on the volatility of cost of supplies. So by the time we get 3 quotes, 2 of them's already dropped off. And so that's if we get 3 quotes. But as far as the list of items, for instance, Patterson Center, we had some funding set aside to do the ceiling in the gymnasium, I believe. Is that still there? As well as the flooring. We were working on getting a whole plan. In fact, we have a local contractor company here that was going to work on putting together basically a list of items to go in and renovate that facility.
Yeah, the Patterson Center, the quotes just came in extremely high, so it's trying to figure out what we can do and cut that down into smaller projects.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, right below that, Gary, it shows $160,000 for sidewalks and $160,000 for sewer reconstruction. Those are sidewalks that can be built in low-income areas, right?
Correct.
So we could maybe amortize some of our sidewalk project with that money, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Warren.
And I would say on the H.C. King, I think originally last year we had 40,000 for it. We upped it to 70 this year. I think at one point we upped it in the middle of the year, and so we're trying to help with the increases. So.
As I'm looking at this, once you do those subtractions, you still have 1.1 million at the bottom remaining. Is that correct?
Okay, the remaining balance on each of the funds, I see 905,000 in the home and 45,000 in the CDBG. If we complete all of the projects in a year, and that's just not been the case, there's usually some carryover, and with the way our funding, even though it's 2023, 2024, we received this funding in about October or November. And so we're operating on last year's funding until then. So we're one of the few departments that has carryover money.
And I guess my question really is, I mean, I just wanted to make sure I was looking at that right, but so can you purchase property with that money? As long as it's in a low-income area and it's used for low-income purpose?
Yes, we can have, actually, we don't have the purchasing. I mean, we can. That's not a program that we've been real successful at. But we do have a set-aside amount for Chodos, which Christine remembers that acronym a lot better than I do. But it's based, yeah. Anyway, they build housing that we can use for rent and for low-income families. And we have a minimum set aside of that a year of 15%, which is 66,000 of our home funds, 600. And anyway, we can do all of those things. It's just a matter of our bread and butter, what we do well are emergency repairs, exterior home improvements, whole home rehabs. Those slowed down during the pandemic. Right now, I think we've been working on 8. I think 2 of them have fallen through, but we still have about 6 in progress. So we went from doing very few during the pandemic to really churning them out right now. So it's going well.
At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council? So this looks like this isn't an action item. This is just a report. Is that right?
No, I think I had asked that it be approved.
I don't see where it says action.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended FY 21 through 25
Hold on just a minute.
So I see in staff recommended council action, there's staff's recommended to approve, but in the actual item title, there is no.
It does. It says, and approve a draft version of the FY 2023 action plan in the title of the item. Okay.
Okay, so apparently we're good as long as your motion is to approve a draft version. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. We're going to take a 7-minute break.
7? Thank you very much. You scared me to death for a second.
about another maybe break, or do we need to? I just want to try to write something.
Okay, we've got a little technical error, and we're going to extend the 7-minute break to 17.2. Test, test. What does this sound like to y'all? Test, say test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Do you like it? Does it sound? Okay, say it again.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3. Cameron. Where's Cameron? Cameron. Did we lose Cameron? Cameron's gone. Who else? Here, talk.
Test, test, test.
Sounds good. But you know, when Cameron gets say test.
Testing, 1, 2.
This is it. This doesn't have a number on it.
We just need to label them so that we know which one to keep down here. But I think they're all the same.
We'll find out. You said you pulled what little have out. It does sound like.
We're missing. Okay, the other one
No, I didn't go. I just, because I knew I didn't want to ship over.
Okay, because we had that one loaded down.
What I had was tablets. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
And the problem is when you have.
Test, test.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Better? Is that better? Louder? Good? Louder? No? Is it gonna squeal? Okay.
apologize for the delay, but the attorney is working on something. Mr. Harris, if you'll take your seat, we're going to get started.
Is it the same one you can?
Okay, we're going to start back up, and we're going to, brings up item number 33, receive public comments on the usage and allocation of unallocated sales tax revenue which has been or is expected to be received for the July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023 timeframe. These funds are estimated to be $5,472,607 at June 30, 2023, and take action as necessary to include if desired the allocation of said unallocated funds. Joe Don.
Okay, this is the third time we've met on this. I'm not going to go a lot into the details. We feel like we're going to have about $5.4 million worth of unallocated funds from our CIP sales tax. Anything over $23.5 million is considered unallocated. And I need direction on how council would like for me to allocate that money out.
Okay, at this time, I will open the floor for public comments. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close public comments. Hold on just a minute. Okay, Mr. Warren.
Council Mayor, I make a motion that contingent upon the passing of an appropriate resolution of intent, move to allocate the excess funds to any of the subcategories in Section C3, improvements to city buildings and facilities, as identified in the current Resolution 22-59.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris.
Will that only, does that only fund that money into this building or this project, or is there multiple projects that can be used for?
Okay, so that's a good question. So we have, and it's attached as an exhibit to this item, a resolution 2259. And so what Randy's motion is for the one that deals with, I'm going to say it's C3, which is going to be, I'm trying to find that, C3, improvements to city buildings and facilities. The motion was to put it in that broad category, so that would cover anything with A, B, and C. So it could all go into this building, but it's not required.
So we've got the same situation coming up with inflationary costs for the auditorium.
Right.
And so that's why it was put in the broad category. After those two projects are done, it can be moved to another category, okay? I also want to tell you that Joe Don is working on, but I mean, we're right in the middle of budget, so that delays it. But he's working on the so-called excess funds that have actually come in since the original CIP, two CIPs that were rolled into this. They've brought in excess funds all the way up to this year. This only deals with the excess CIP funds, so-called excess CIP funds from 1 year, this year. Did I say that right?
That's correct, sir.
Looky there, I got it right. So there will be opportunities to reallocate other funds. Ms. Chapman.
Okay, I need a clear picture of this. The renovations for this building is 7-point-something million. 7.56.
For construction.
Yes. We have $6 million that was voted on the CIP. So we're short 1.5 whatever million dollars. Would that be extracted from this excess money? Is that what we're?
Yes.
Is this what we're voting on?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you're also placing it so that the excess needed because of inflation at the auditorium can be drawn on it.
Okay, so
museum too. I would think. We could go to the museum, so.
So at a later time, whatever excess is left over, we would be voting on that?
I think we would have to vote to move it to another category.
Or for a different project? Or projects?
Well, projects within the CIP. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Warren, would you consider adding number 4 into that as well?
What is number 4?
Parks and Rec.
Well, I would say let's finish what we've got as far as facilities, and then, as the mayor mentioned earlier, we can go back and vote to reallocate the leftover from there, plus the new leftover we're going to have from previous.
We've got 2 years of so-called excess funds from Propel, as we think of Propel, from April 1, 2020 to last June. Then there are several years of excess funds, potentially excess funds. I'm almost sure we never brought in less than the budget from the original CIP of 2015-16 and 16-17. Those all brought in excess funds up until the time we invented Propel and rolled them into Propel. So there are going to be more so-called excess funds to allocate. And each year, unless we change our budget number, we need to talk about that. There will be excess funds that have to be allocated.
Mr. Mayor, the citizens and some of us, not me, but may think that this is just for foo-foo, for fancying this building up and all that. Our IT people are in a horrible working situation. It's not good at all. And I believe, that we're going to have the IT over here in this building in a decent working conditions. I mean, I think if any citizen went through the building where IT is, they would be like, that's just not right.
Finance is in that same building. So we would be moving both departments,
I
both
wasn't
divisions
showing
over to this building.
Yeah, I think our citizens would be shocked if they walked through that building. It's just
Especially in the summer when the air's not working.
Yeah, and especially for finance.
Yeah.
Dwayne?
The construction of this building is that did not include the parking lot and the other building. And that's what we have to cover above the 6 million.
Yeah, okay. And Dwayne just pointed out to me, the 7.4 or 7.5 is for the construction on this building alone.
Right.
Does not cover the parking lot that we just finished or the construction of the utility services building outside of that, and that's what we're trying to cover also.
And I understand that. I think that there's a misconcept that this excess money is totally going to go for the renovation of this building, and that's not the case, and that's what my point was in asking the question, for people to understand we're extracting part of that money to finish this up before the costs get worse.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Harris?
And I have to agree that those are noble causes, but of all the people I talked to about this, not a single one of them said, hey, let's fix up City Hall and the parking lot. And, the museum and I think McMahon are a lot easier to sell, but the number one thing I heard was streets and roads and all the broken water mains. So I feel uncomfortable allocating, and I did get your point, Mr. Mayor, that there is other money. I think, though, I see no harm in opening it up to all of this without pinpointing it all to just number 3. But I will.
I think pinpointing it to number 3 makes a lot of sense because the majority of it can probably be used on those 2 construction projects, especially with the revelation that it does not include the, whatever we're calling utility service, the drive-through payment thing in the parking lot. Now, I want to make a point because I too have had calls about fixing up this building, and guess what? The citizens voted to fix this building. The citizens voted to finish the renovation of this building. And when people call me and ask me and say something to me, I ask them, would you like for us to leave the building unfinished forever? We've had it for over a decade. It's time to do what the citizens voted to do.
I have something for clarification because I want to make sure the council's clear, and if I'm wrong, staff let me know, but my understanding is that this allocation or this money in this category would include monies from this for the construction of the utility collection that's going to be put out by the west parking lot. It would come from that. Yes, it's for clarification.
Mayor. Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to say, you said a decade, man. It's been a long time.
I think it's been more than that.
I remember picking the carpet out.
That was you.
Yeah, that's my fault. The whole intent when this all started was to put all city offices in this building. And we would save the citizens money by not having all these outstanding facilities all around town that we're paying, electricity bills on and all the costs that's associated with keeping the roofs up and keeping them in good repair. So that was really the original plan. And part of the reason that we got off track was because the state had promised us X amount of money and we got X minus a lot of X because of Centennial and things of that nature. And so the plan went awry from the very beginning because we didn't have all the money we were promised. And so we've been trying a little at a time to fix it ever since then. I think what was said about IT, and I guess Joe Don's office, is true. It's pretty abysmal, and it's hard for those individuals to try to get anything accomplished there. It wasn't ever designed to be an IT center. So, I think in the overall scheme of things, it's for the good of the city that we move as much as we possibly can to this facility. I know the customers, the citizens that I've talked to like one-stop shopping. They want to be able to come to City Hall and talk to whoever they need to talk to. So I would just recommend approval.
Mayor.
Mr. Gill.
If I might, we have to remember, we do have a commitment to the people. They voted for this. Whether we like it or not, we've already committed to spending just shy of this figure at about at about $6 million. Not only that, we've already spent money towards that and have money pledged to continue. So we certainly are not going to be able to finish this without a heating and air system and an outside kiosk where to pay the bills and a few other things that will help city government. So I'm just saying we're going to have to continue on. We've gone really too far to stop, and like I said, we certainly don't want to finish this without air conditioning because I think that's what we have a problem with over there in the other building. So I'm just saying we're somewhat committed to this, so we're going to have to continue.
Mr. Harris.
And I'm not disagreeing with any of that. It's all very valid points. I'm just saying that the citizens voted for all of these things, and that maybe we should keep our options open. But I don't disagree with anything that everyone has said. And I do want to still keep getting my paycheck from Joe Don, so.
Ms. Chapman?
I also believe that we have an obligation to the employees who work in that building in the way it looks. I think we have an obligation to at least to have a decent workplace for them. That's it.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes, Mayor. I just want to kind of weigh in. I think that it is no doubt that we have a list and the priority of what we're choosing needs to be chosen, and it is no doubt that taking care of number 3 initially, and then taking care of other things, I think is important, because we need to finish what was probably started years and years ago, and that's to consolidate the whole city departments into one building. It is no doubt difficult, and I've been over to Joe Don's place before to talk to, so you had to go all the way over there to talk to finance, and I can only imagine what the rest of the employees have to do with everything so dislocated. It is no doubt that we've got half a building over there that needs maintenance, and it is part of maintaining to finish that. So I think that it's a good priority to finish this building and to get our whole staff and employees into one central place. Thank you, Mayor.
Please vote. Seven to 1, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Bringing up item number 34, consider approving a resolution including any floor amendments that may be made thereto, repealing and replacing resolution number 2022-59, specifying the revised intent of the mayor and council of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, with regard to the replacement of the existing 7/8 of 1% capital improvement operational expenditure sales tax and the 1 1/4% capital improvement sales tax, with a new sales tax to be levied of 2 1/8% as approved by the registered voters of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, at an election held for such purpose on February 11, 2022. Tim?
Mayor, Council, thank you. This was an item that added yesterday. It's really a late item, but anticipating that staff was wanting to, recommending that this excess money be at least applied to finishing the renovation of this building. That's why this resolution of intent has been put on. Since we've had the Propel sales tax CIP, we've had resolutions of intent, and what they do is they give us how we're going to be spending the CIP. So the most recent resolution of intent that we have is Resolution 2259, which was passed last year. But now that we have this excess funds, we need to amend the resolution of intent, and we need to specify where we are going to put these excess funds. And so what I have prepared and what's in, I'm not sure it's in, it should be, it's electronically uploaded, but the proposed resolution of intent has language that essentially repeals the previous resolution, 2259, and expresses the further intent of the city to put the $5.4 million into what I was thinking was going to be section C3C, which was just the one section for renovation of City Hall. And so that's what the proposed resolution as presented currently does, and that would be in the continuation of renovation and remodeling of City Hall facilities. Also, the proposed resolution adds language that says pursuant to Section 4, that this allocation is being made following input from the citizens at no less than 2 open meetings, which we've had with the council, due to this anticipated one-time annual excess of revenue above the $23,500,000 from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. And then also, finally, the proposed resolution of intent mentions that subparagraph C of section C3 is being clarified, that it, one, this is important, includes the expansion of the parking lot immediately west of City Hall, and two, includes construction of a standalone building for utility paying at or near said parking lot. So that's what was proposed, and that was what was put as an exhibit to this agenda item. With Councilman Warren's and the council's action just now on the public hearing, or not the public hearing, but the public input, to put this all into one category, which is category, well, all the three main categories, which is category, I think, C, all three subcategories of C, then we need to do a floor amendment. And I wrote the item title so we can do floor amendments. So with that, I think Randy has a floor amendment to address this.
Mayor, Councilman Warren, before you go, I just want to make a statement here for clarity. The city attorney mentioned that the agenda item was late. It was added to the agenda late, but it still complied with the 24-hour notice requirements of the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act. So I just want to make sure that that is clear, that this did not violate the statutory requirements.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Mr. Warren.
Okay, sit down, relax, it'll be a minute. Council, Mayor, I move to approve the prepared resolution with the following four amendments. 1, allocate all of the additional estimated $5,472,607 to the categories in section C3 titled Improvements to City Buildings and Facilities. 2, continue with the clarification that the purpose of section C3-6,
that's C3C.
C3C, 1, includes the explanation that the parking lot
Sorry, Randy, expansion. Includes the expansion.
Includes the expansion of the parking lot immediately west of City Hall, and 2, includes the construction of a standalone building for utility bill paying at or near said parking lot. And 3, correct a typo in the effective date / repeal section of the proposed resolution by replacing the reference to Resolution 2021-64 to reference to Resolution 2022-59, and direct staff to modify the language accordingly.
Is there a second? Just somebody want to second that? I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
Requires 6 to pass.
Requires 6 to pass. Please vote. Need one more vote. Did somebody leave? Okay, motion carries 7-1.
I appreciate y'all not making me read that again.
Brings up item 35. Consider 1, waiving paragraph A4A of City Code Section 10-1-108 for the time to accept bids, and instead apply the requirements set forth in Section 111 of the Public Competitive Bidding Act of 1974, and 2, for the good cause shown to include having to hold 2 public input sessions and allocate additional funding from the CIP, and in accordance with Section 111, extend by mutual written agreement through May 9, 2023, the time to award the proposed Amendment Number 2, guaranteed maximum price, to the contract with Construction Manager at Risk, CMS Willowbrook, Inc., for Project EN 2004A, City Hall Renovation Main Building Package. Tim.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this is a companion item with item 36, which is next. And so this was on the council agenda, not this item, but the 36 was on the council agenda at the last week's meeting. After that, I did some looking in our code, and because this originally went out for bid back in February, I think February 8. And so after bids are opened, under our code, contract has to be awarded generally within 30 days. There's language that allows for 15-day extension, and that's in our code. However, the Public Competitive Bidding Act, which is state law, has similar language, but it was amended in 2015, and it allows that same time frame, the 30 days plus 15-day extension, but it also allows, if both parties agree to extend up to 120 days, not additional, but 120 days to award the contract. That has not been incorporated into our city code, so basically our options on this, council can vote to waive that section of city code and for the time to accept bids. In doing so, we would then fall under the Competitive Bidding Act. And then for good cause shown, we can agree to extend the time to award the contract. And what we've had in this situation is we've had a situation for funding issues. So I think we've got good cause shown here because we've had to find the funding for this project, and basically that's had to have these two public input sessions, which has in part delayed the process, and so that's why I think it's a good cause we have here. Also, the contractor has executed a letter on May 9th, or executed a letter saying they're agreeing to the term of the extension through May 9th, provided we approve item 36 today. So they're agreeable to this extension, and so we'd be asking the council to waive the language in city code that's in the item title, and to also approve a written agreement, this mutual agreement. Any questions?
I would make a motion to waive paragraph A4A of City Code Section 10-1-108 for the time to accept bids, and instead apply the requirements set forth in Section 111 of the Public Competitive Bidding Act of 1974, and 2, for good cause shown, to include having to hold 2 public input sessions and allocate additional funding from the CIP in accordance with Section 111, extend by mutual written agreement through May 9th, 2023, the time to award the proposed amendment number 2, guaranteeing maximum price GMP to the contract with construction manager at risk CMS Willowbrook Incorporated for project EN 2004A City Hall renovation main building package.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gill.
Is that just for this one project, correct?
That is just for this one contract, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Harris?
What happens, Tim, if we don't do this today?
If this does not pass, then we cannot approve item 36, which would mean Joe's team will have to go out for rebid on item 36.
Seeing no further questions, I'll call for a vote. Motion carries 8-0. Moving us to item 36. Subject to the approval of item 23-432 and item 23-433 on this agenda, which are item 34 and 35, consider approving amendments number 2, guaranteed maximum price, GMP, to the contract with the construction manager at risk CMS Willowbrook, Inc. for project EN 2004A City Hall renovations main building package, including any floor ments related thereto. Joe Painter.
Mayor and Council, I got Scott Vaughn here too with me, our project manager.
How are you, Scott? I like that pen, the pale pen. Very unique.
It is attractive, I agree.
So this is just a continuation from our last meeting where we are recommending to council that we approve all the bid packages
We were going to do that before. The HVAC was the only one we paused on, and we reviewed it in thorough detail. The contractor realized their estimator made a mistake, and we came to the conclusion that we did get a fair bid. Even though we got one bidder, we did get a fair bid price. Therefore, we're recommending that you approve amendment number 2 and the guaranteed maximum price.
Council?
I'd make a motion. I had the language here just 1 second ago. Here it is. Sorry. Oh, I couldn't have it because I'm going to have to wing it because my laptop doesn't work. I'm going to make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Is it, and a second, discussion or debate? Please vote.
I don't know what happened to my iPad.
Passes 8-0. Thank you. Item 37, discussion and action on approval of the use of the state contract according to City Ordinance 19-35, Town 1, 113E on Project EN 2301, demolition of nursing home, and approval of the proposal quote from Environmental Action, Inc. for the demolition of said nursing home in the amount of $261,800. Who's speaking on this?
I have a question when you get finished, Joe. That's a surprise, I know.
Mayor and Council, the nursing home is something I was asked to put together, find a contractor to tear it down. We're using the state contracts, which there was some clarification, can we use it or not? Our ordinance allows us to use it. We then realized the funding that we were going to use, we had to, Tim pointed out, we had to switch it.
Yes, the original funding that was being looked at was the emergency fund. Unfortunately, under our ordinance, it doesn't qualify because it wasn't city-owned or controlled property. So we had to have a different funding source.
So we have a new funding source. Therefore, we're recommending that we approve the agreement with the contractor for the state contract to demolish the nursing home.
Mr. Warren.
My question is, where are we getting the money?
We're transferring already budgeted funds out of the city at-large contingency account.
Thank you. My comment is going to be right on the edge, so I'll walk gingerly. I just want the citizens of Lawton to know, whether they read this in the paper, see it on TV, or watch it on the internet, that we are being forced to spend your tax dollars because a professional individual in town that owns this building won't pay what they should pay to take care of the problem. And in order to take care of the problem, we're going to have to do it ourselves. I'm sure that we will probably visit that in another manner later on, but I just wanted the citizens to know that that's why we're having to spend this money.
Well, and I've got the question in that regard. I'm sorry, Ms. Chapman, but I've got the question, are we going to go for recovery of these citizens' funds? And are we better off to go to sue now and force them to perform, even at the cost of putting a security fence around it? Or are we better off to go ahead and tear it down and try to seek relief later, having to sue again to tap into their other assets? There's a question for you. That's for you, Tim.
Sure, I was thinking it was for me. So if the property is of such that it's such a public nuisance, and I've heard from community services that there's people placing tires there and it's burned down and there's potentially asbestos, my thoughts are it would be best to move forward and tear it down, treat it like a dilapidated. We could put a lien on it. Now, just because we put a lien on it doesn't mean we have to sit still. If council desires, I mean, we could look at foreclosing our lien and going that route and then trying to recoup, some or all of our money that way. But that is an option. The go first option, we did that a little bit when I first started with the city back in 2001. Had mixed success with that, but it's a slower process. So if we're wanting to get it torn down now or faster, the current approach is the way to go.
And council, I would just add, from a life, health, safety perspective, this is a legitimate concern. There is asbestos in the property. There's no doubt about that. And the longer it sits there and the longer that the danger remains, the longer our citizens are at risk. So I would just add that. Charlotte?
I did drive by this yesterday because I hadn't looked at it in a while, and part of it is collapsed. I mean, there's no way for us to even think about securing it without putting a fence up around the entire property. We do have signs up that warn that it's a hazard due to asbestos. We're abating it because the grass is knee-high all the way around it already. We've already been out to clean up some of the junk and debris that people are leaving it on. So staff's recommendation really is to move forward with us demoing it, and then we will place a lien on the property because it has been declared dilapidated.
Ms. Chapman?
That was my question. How are we going to be reimbursed from the owners or whatever, but also for the neighborhood? They want this gone, for sure. It's a safety with the homeless and people in there making fires and everything else. So it's a safety issue.
Mr. Harris?
So I thought we had a contract on this already?
It's the same company, we just had to change the funding source.
Had they already started?
No, they have not.
So somebody has started because the bricks are disappearing off the building.
Yes, the bricks have disappeared, and I'm not entirely sure where they went.
Okay, so there's another project going up that's got some borrowed bricks.
Mr. Gill?
I think my question's halfway been answered, but asbestos abatement is included in this demo package.
City Manager.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Hanker.
I just want to add to what Councilman Warren said. This is so not fair to the citizens of Lawton to have something that's your responsibility and you neglect it so everybody else has to pay for it. And, the person that's responsible may not even live in the city of Lawton, so how much do they care about the city? And that's just not fair, but I know life isn't fair.
Yeah, that's automatic.
And council, I was just going to answer Ms. Chapman's question. So Ms. Chapman, how we're going to get reimbursement is we're going to sue the owner.
And Mayor, if I may, and my question actually was to that lines, how long do you think the process will take if they're not paying to knock this down themselves, and then we're going to be tied up in legal?
Okay, so I understand the question. If we tear it down, is the question if we tear it down ourselves and put a lien on it, how long will the process take? Or is the question if we, that's the question. Well, I mean, operationally, I would kind of mention the demolition. I'd ask Charlotte how long that process would take, Charlotte or Joe, because that's the operation part. Once it's torn down and then a lien is put on it, then we could look at initiating the litigation. You can't do that till we obviously get the cost of the demo and such, the actual cost.
So if this is passed, how long will it take for that company to get started?
It's probably about a 90-day process from beginning to end. They're pretty quick. They don't waste any time tearing these things down.
Mr. Hampton?
That was my question. How long will it take to get this started?
Mr. Warren?
If we're going to take bets, I'm going to say when we recover, it'll be probably 5 years from now. But I would make a motion that we approve this and use general fund contingency money.
Motion on the floor and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. So it's 7 with 1 abstention. Mr. Harris, did you abstain?
Yes, I have
Please.
conflict.
Conflict of interest.
Mayor, Mr. Harris has to explain conflict.
Okay.
Thanks, John. I've had a business relationship with the owners, or may have a business relationship with some of the owners, I'll put it that way. I'm not entirely sure, but in the past, I did business in that building.
Yeah, and that exactly right there is what worries me about ever recovering, is that they've shielded themselves from lawsuits, so we'll see. That satisfies me, does it you? Okay, that moves us to item 38, discuss the Communications and Marketing Department's options to gather research through a community survey to tailor a communications and marketing strategy that will benefit citizens and the city of Lawton. Caitlin?
Hey, Mayor. Hey, Council. Thanks for having me up here. Good afternoon. I'll try to make this as quick as I can, but the bottom line is I need your feedback on what we put on this community survey. So I'll explain. My department is working on a marketing strategy. What we're wanting to do is connect more citizens to the city, just really help them understand the functions of the city. Now, in order to create this strategy, we really need to do some research. In the last 10 months or so that I've been here, admittedly, we're kind of just winging it. And I think we're doing a pretty decent job, but I really want the things that we do moving forward to be backed by what citizens want. So we're going to be working with our GIS department to come up with that survey. And we're basically asking people everything that they can answer. How long have you lived here? What are you interested in learning? What places in the city do you go to most often? How can we help you be better informed? And you have a copy of that survey, hopefully. So basically today I'm asking if there's anything that you want added to this, let me know, because we're really excited to move forward with it. Our goal is to have about 2,000 people fill this out. And in order to do that, we're wanting to incentivize citizens. So I'm going to be working with community partners and asking them if they can donate anything, supporting Lawton businesses. Maybe we can give out a prize package for those who actually fill out this survey and help us out. So we're working on securing those prizes. That'll be at least $50, not very much, but just something that we can use to encourage people to fill this out. The survey would be available for 1 month, and we would give a prize once a week to whoever fills out that information and opts in for the prize package, which would also give us access to their email. Right now, we do not send information out via email, at least my department doesn't. So this could just be another facet of our marketing strategy to push more information out to our citizens. So I'm open for questions on the strategy, or open for any suggestions that you have for this survey.
So we might, legal needs to weigh in a little bit.
Yeah, if we're giving away prizes, we may need to look into that, just to see the appropriateness of that.
And even if it's $50, that can be approved through administrative?
I'd want to look at the legality of just giving away prizes with public money.
Is that because there's a state statute about that, right?
Well, I don't know if Caitlin has explained this, but it wouldn't be giving away public funds. We would be partnering with other community members, such as the chamber, and it would be like Grow the 580 gift certificates, things of that nature. So we're not giving away taxpayer dollars. And that would be, and we're not giving away gifts either. It would be a specific incentive to participate in the survey. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I apologize for not explaining that better.
That sounds good. Mr. Warren?
I don't know what question. There's just a lot of them. But I think partnering with the chamber and maybe some other entities, because there's a lot more questions than just city questions that are involved. I know there's some cities in California, I think maybe even Oklahoma City does it in some way, shape, or form. But when you're a business and you're looking to locate or relocate someplace, there's a package of information you can get. And it includes things like 20% of the population is willing to spend $15 for entertainment on a weekend or whatever, something to that effect. So I think more than just city information, we need to maybe include chamber, business.
Other community partners?
Yeah.
Okay.
If possible. And that might encourage them to provide incentive gifts.
For sure. And the exciting thing about just having a marketing strategy for the city is, to Councilman Warren's point, it's not just the city of Lawton itself. It's everybody who lives here and everybody who kind of makes every day why citizens are here. So we are looking forward to working with the chamber. I've already spoken with them, so we can definitely partner and make sure that we get their questions answered as well.
Caitlin, how is this going out to the public, in what format?
So, a few different formats, and we're in the very preliminary stages of planning this. We could mail cards out, probably not, I don't know. I haven't really thought that far into it. But of course, social media, really hit it heavy on there. We work really great with our radio partners and our television partners. And if we have to come up with another animal to encourage people to do this, we will. Just let me know what animal we need to use. Just not a raccoon or a possum, because those are taken.
Caitlin, I'm not being critical. I was just going to ask, who designed the survey?
I actually worked with a city out of Washington.
Okay.
I'm on a Facebook group for other government social media people like myself. So I reached out to that entire community asking them how they went about doing a survey or just a marketing strategy period. And they said the best way to start was through this survey that they actually contracted out and paid $60,000 for.
Yeah.
So we're doing it ourselves.
I was going to say, I have bad memories of my senior paper in college, and the survey had to fit a statistical, I never can say that word, analysis. I mean, it had to be able to fit that analysis in the end. So I didn't know if we had thought about that.
Yeah, luckily they've given me all of their resources that I'm kind of molding and shaping to best fit the city of Lawton. I've made a great contact as far as Washington State to even make that happen, so.
College student might also.
Yes.
Mr. Gill.
Question. Do you think we'll get the answers that we're looking for, the right kind of answers, if we give out prizes?
You know, I sure hope so.
Yeah, I do too.
I sure hope so. I mean, I feel like it's worth trying to get people to take this survey just by offering something. I like that we can motivate people and encourage our local businesses at the same time. And man, it's a win-win for citizens. We get to learn how our department is working or how it's not working. I know that people really like to give their opinions, and a lot of times they're not great opinions.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, but I'm just saying, sometimes people, if they get something for nothing, then they generally say what they think you want to hear.
Oh, I don't think that our citizens will do that. I think our citizens will be very honest with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
So is it possible we could, I'm sorry. Is it possible we could set up a booth like at Freedom Fest and have face-to-face contact with people as well?
We sure could. Unfortunately, Councilman, I don't know if I will be at that event. But if you're volunteering to do that, I'm just kidding. Yes, we can definitely do something, whether it's handouts or something.
I have 3 minutes available during one of those days. I'll be happy to man the booth.
That's very nice of you.
I had a question.
Sure.
So with this survey, what other type of data are we collecting? Is it demographics, other things that we can utilize to see, who's in our community?
Honestly, we've thought about it. We've talked about having all of the different types. We even looked at education level for this survey. But I think at the end of the day, we weren't really targeting demographics or even education level, because what we're focused on at the end of the day, no matter what race you are or what your education level is, if you live in Lawton, then we need to know what you think, regardless.
Yeah, Caitlin. Thank you, Mayor. I was talking of demographics and what Councilman Warren was saying. I noticed that question 1 on the survey was, do you live in the city limits? And I'm wondering, at first I kind of thought, well, we're only gonna take the ones that live in the city limits, but it would, maybe we can do a multiple choice. A suggestion is do a multiple choice there. Put the outlying cities that we have with other maybe as one of the choices, so that when we gather that data, because I know that there's a lot of people from Cass that shop at 82nd Street, and there may be information that we could gather with people that still do spend their money that don't, in Lawton, that don't live actually in the city limits.
Right, okay.
That's just a suggestion.
Okay, and Councilwoman Johnson, do you feel like we should have the demographics on there?
I think it'd be beneficial, not because we're trying to target, but when other people are looking at this, I mean, we can do graphs, it really reflects those who are, we can look at this and say, okay, well, most of the people came from this area or this area. What are we not doing to target these areas? That's just for kind of some in-house data collection.
Mr. Warren.
In response to Councilman Gill's comment, and I think it's valid, but I think what we do to counteract that would be to maybe market our marketing. In other words, let the people that will be filling this out understand that this is what's going to change things. If you want to go to concerts or whatever that is, you need to be honest about that, because that's what's going to be used to make decisions in the future, whether it's about entertainment or about how a certain area might be zoned, or, I spend most of my time in this area, and that's going to be used to better everybody's position, I think. And if we market that way, I think they're going to be more inclined to give you the honest answer. If they stand to gain something, not as a gift, but as something in their city.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback on that a little bit. I think that it is important to get as much honest feedback as we can. But I think one of the things that we have to understand is you're going to be gaining a lot of emails, whether they're honest or not. And with that, that's going to give us access to like SurveyMonkey and some of the other online surveys that we could probably do. I'm thinking, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can use SurveyMonkey, and the other surveys that I've done in the past, we have used our GIS department because I love them and they're phenomenal. But there are other avenues that we can use.
But we need to get their emails
Yes.
before we do something like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I, go ahead.
Can we have this available for our neighborhood watch meetings at some time once you get this done, that we could pass them out and get them back in? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, of course. We could probably print out flyers. We could probably put QR codes on them, make sure that all of the neighborhood watch programs get those.
City manager.
Yes, sir. And Mayor and Council, I don't have any statistics with me, but I would just, because there's been a lot of discussion about this, I'd just like to address it. It is very common to incentivize participation in polls with different things. Like you go through Whataburger, I don't know if you have like just as an example, if you have the app and you put your number, your receipt number in the app, and you take a survey, you might get a free large fry. So I understand that there may be some concern with that, but I can tell you that it is extremely common in many facets of our consumer life do, our poll participation incentivize. If council would desire, I think we could come back with some studies that may reflect that. But again, I would, I know that we may not necessarily be dealing with the digital crowd here, so I would just say that is very, very common.
Okay, this was not an action, Mr. Harris.
First off, just wanted to remind you we were going to vote on your contract here later. And not everybody's going to get a prize, right? It's just going to be manual,
It would be one person a week.
Well, okay.
For that group that filled out that survey for that week, we would pull a name.
So we're not giving out tons and tons.
No, sir. And if I may, just add one more thing, you'll notice that I put on here to be administered August 2023, but just standing here listening to the wonderful feedback y'all have given, we might need to push that back a few months, so I have time to really prepare this and really do it right.
Okay, thank you. And our action was to give input. We've given ample. Are you ready to move on? Are you ready to talk to the dogs? Item number 39, discuss the possibility of adopting an ordinance requiring microchipping of all dogs and cats in the city of Lawton. Roy, took me a minute, I'm sorry. And I want to apologize to all dog owners that on TV, I didn't say microchipping, I said microwaving, and I didn't mean it. Roy.
That's pretty bad.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for your time. I brought forward a discussion item for the City of Lawton, mandatory microchipping. We have a lot of animals that come in with no identification whatsoever. I did a quick Google search, and there's a multitude of municipalities that have mandatory microchipping in place all across the nation. In 2022, the calendar year 2022, our impounds was 2,607 dogs and 1,104 cats. We returned to owners 445 dogs and 19 cats. About 3% of the animals that we bring into the shelter have a microchip. In 2007-2008, the American Veterinary Medical Association did a study. There was 53 shelters that did a survey on over 7,000 dogs and cats, and they found that dogs are more likely to be returned, or 2.5 times more likely to be returned to their owner, and cats 20 times more likely, probably due in fact to not many cats are microchipped. During the first quarter of 2011-2012, San Antonio increased their return to owners by 20%, and that next fiscal year, they had the same success, 20%. If mandatory microchipping was in place for the city of Lawton, of those 2,607 dogs that we impounded, we would return to owner 1,361, not 445, and cats 425, not 19. Our current and projected euthanasia rates with mandatory microchipping, currently without mandatory microchipping, we euthanized 1,260 dogs and 356 cats. We returned to the owners 445 and 19. If we had mandatory microchipping in place, we would euthanize 474 dogs and 24 cats and return to owner 1,361 dogs and 425 cats. With mandatory microchipping, you have a lower length of stay in the shelter. For 1 day, food cost is about $1.08. You multiply that times 2,607 dogs, and you're looking at $2,800 in savings just on the food alone. For cats, a little over $400. Staff hours for not having to maintain that animal, that extra 1 day, you're looking at a savings, which they could be doing other stuff, of over $37,000. Having a higher return to owner rate will reduce your length of stay. Having a shorter length of stay will reduce the population in the shelter, and reducing the population reduces the stress on the animals as well as the staff. Having a higher return to owner rate reduces the euthanasia rates. Part of this discussion is providing these services to the citizens, the animals that we impound. I know this is going to be a chore for people to get their animals microchipped. But my proposal also is to provide microchipping, rabies vaccination, and spay and neuter services to the city for the animals that are impounded to help lower the cost of them getting their animals out of impound. With that, the agreements that we have, if we pick up your dog or cat and you don't have a current vaccination, you don't have it spayed or neutered, with that, we have an agreement, a state mandated agreement that we have to fulfill. In 2022, there was a total of 452 impound agreements. 199 of those people had already complied, so they got their animal and went home. 253 of those impounds were not in compliance. So we had to follow up on those contracts to ensure that the people did get in compliance. If they don't get in compliance, then they are issued citations. It's state mandated agreements. It takes 5.5 man hours to follow one of those animals through the system to appear before the judge. Of those 253, I believe it was, of those 253 citations or impounds, there was 566 citations that were issued. That equals about 3,100, a little over 3,100 man hours to follow that citation through the system. That's a savings on man hours for everybody at the shelter, at municipal court, everywhere. With that, I'm through with my presentation.
Could you repeat the percent that are currently microchipped?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I thought I heard you say some percent that come in are already microchipped.
About 3%.
3?
Yes.
And Mayor, that statistic is just for the animals that are impounded. That's not...
Yes, that's just the animals that we take into the shelter.
Right. That's not the city writ large.
Okay, what would this cost the citizen, and where do they get it done? At the vet?
If we do it for the citizen, it would be a $17.25 implant fee, just like the rabies vaccination, $17.25. They pay a deposit, currently they pay a deposit for that rabies vaccination, and once they comply, they bring the proof back, and they'll get that $17.25 back. If they don't comply, it's forfeited to the city.
On your charts, you talked about how many you impounded.
Yes.
Does that include all animals taken into the shelter, including from outlying towns?
That's just dogs and cats. That's all we're talking about here.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Does it include animals taken in from other communities?
Total numbers of impoundment.
Yes, that's
does include
considered
the
an
total
impound.
number from other communities.
Yes.
So would we continue to take animals from other communities that weren't microchipped?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Would we continue to take animals from other communities that weren't microchipped? And what percent of the animals that we have, that we impound, are from our community?
That's a hard question to answer. We have a lot of people that call, maybe from outside in the county, and they found a dog, and they want to bring it to us. But we tell them, go to their local shelter, Elgin, Cache, Geronimo. They end up at the shelter with the animal and say they found it in Lawton.
I think
We have no way of proving it.
I think the answer is currently we have no contracts with any other outlying agency, correct?
I don't think that's correct.
Is that?
No, that's not correct.
We have three, Granfield,
MOUs.
Walters, and Apache.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would have to somehow take those numbers out of what you're talking about.
maybe 5 or 10 a month at the most.
Who do we have contracts with?
Walters.
Granfield, Walters, and Apache.
Yep.
You guys are talking about an enforcement question, I think, because how do you enforce the other towns to microchip with our ordinance?
We wouldn't be able to enforce that without an ordinance. Once the ordinance goes into play, and I would recommend giving everybody a grace period to come into compliance if they could, but once that grace period is over, we would enforce it just as we do the city license.
With the other cities, with the animals from other cities?
With the other cities, no, we wouldn't enforce that with the other
So you'd
cities.
still be taking some animals that were not microchipped a percentage?
Right.
I think that's what the mayor was
But those animals, we either euthanize because of their behavior issues, or we would be able to send them through the surgical process and put them up for adoption.
Mr. Gill.
A couple of questions. If I understood you right, you said that we, the city, would put microchips in these stray animals we picked up that weren't already microchipped?
Yes.
And then when someone comes to adopt that animal, they'll pay that fee?
We already do that when it goes up for adoption. I'm in reference to your stray animal that you come to claim. We would provide that service to help identify that animal later on down the road.
Okay, so we'll have the whereabouts to do that as a city, then they will pay for it. Now, I understand, and I might be wrong on this, but I understand that if you have an animal that has a microchip in it, you have to pay an annual fee in order for this service to work.
It depends on the chip company.
Okay, well, what are we talking about in Lawton?
In the chips that we use, 24 Pet Watch, they don't require that annual fee. You just, when you get that chip, you get that animal, you enter that information into the chip company's program, and then we would have it in our shelter system also. But you would enter that information.
So it would be good for us, every animal that we do, at least we could keep a track of, might not work in North Dakota or Florida.
Right.
That wouldn't be our problem, though, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, Roy, I know you discussed this at the Citizens Police Academy, and so what would the cost be to us?
The cost for the microchip is $8. And as far as the implant, it takes about 5 seconds to do it.
Right, so going online, I see microchips for as low as $1.50 a piece. Is that because of the technology involved that we use a specific one, that it costs more, or is there options out there that we could?
There's other options that we could research. Again, they may have a yearly fee depending on who it is.
So they may come in without, but if it's there in our facility, can it be part of our regulations that they go out with?
Yes, yes. Currently, all of our adoptables go out with a microchip.
Right, okay.
I'm in reference mainly to an impound that's reclaimed by the owner. We can provide that service. Once we locate, if the animal's loose again, once we locate it, we can actually return it to the owner without having to bring it into the shelter.
And you discussed this. You said in some cases, the officer in the field could scan the pet and return it without ever coming down to the shelter, so there's no shelter whooping cough or anything like that?
We have scanners in the trucks. We have iPads now that we can access our system and find out who the owner is before ever going to the shelter.
And then could we have special events that maybe at special pricing from time to time so people could come in and encourage them to comply?
First Saturday of every month, we have a Two Hearts adoption event with reduced rates, and then other holidays or like now, currently, we had partnered with the Bissell Pet Foundation, and we have reduced adoption rates right now.
And I forgot, you told me, pardon me, I forgot, does the vet have to do that injection, or can a technician do that?
The vet has to do the rabies vaccination. Any staff can do the microchip.
So we could have someone, and we could have a reduced fee day for microchipping, or, hey, we're starting a new deal for this month only, $5, come in, get your kid, your dog or cat.
As far, I don't know, I think you may be talking about just for anybody to bring their animal down?
Yeah, just to encourage them to comply, because it's going to be a regulation, right?
We could, but I think that would be a mistake at starting out. we would probably have an influx of a lot of people that would want to come down and have their animal microchipped.
Right, but that's what we want them to do, isn't it?
Ultimately, yes, that's what we want.
So anything we could do to encourage that would be a good thing?
We could probably, like, schedule them in. That might be the best way to do it. Somebody wants to get a microchip.
Oh, I see what you're saying. There's 50 dogs in the parking lot fighting each other on who's next.
That's going to be a problem, yes.
I see, okay. But we should do something to have an event of some kind to encourage people to do that.
I'll go last.
Okay.
You bet.
Mr. Warren?
No, I think it's a great idea because I think, to what Ms. Hankins said, I think at last meeting maybe, animals are expensive. And it's not only an aid to the city to get that animal back to the owner, it's also an aid, I mean, it's an advantage for the owner because they have hundreds and thousands of dollars tied up in these animals a lot of times, and you can get it back home, whereas a lot of times you can't. I appreciate now knowing that we do still take in some dogs from outside. I've never had a problem with that, but I think we ought to have a contract with those places that we don't ever lose money by doing that. And I'm guessing we could require that microchipping be a part of that contract, that they pass a similar ordinance at their municipality if they want to use our facility. I'm
Mr.
guessing.
Hampton, we could, or we could just require them to pay more to offset the cost. That's a possibility as well.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, Roy, just for a clarification, you're wanting this ordinance to say that anybody with a pet in the city of Lawton should be microchipped, is that correct?
Dogs and cats.
And with that said, initially you're wanting to start this program by just doing that with animals that go through your shelter. Is that what you're saying?
We could start the impounds right now and provide that service to the public whenever their animal is on impound. We could provide a microchipping clinic at some point, schedule people in, but as far as the enforcement part, we wouldn't do that until January of next year.
So January of next year, you're going to say any animal, any cat or dog in the city of Lawton has to be microchipped?
Yes.
That would be our recommendation and would be in the ordinance that we bring back if the council decides they want us to bring back an ordinance.
Yeah, I'm, like Mr. Harris, I'm just, in my mind, I'm thinking about implementing and enforcing that on,
The taxpayer.
on our citizens and making sure that everybody's complying with that.
The enforcement side would be point of contact with an individual on a call for service. We wouldn't go door to door or anything like that. We would just, if we got a call on your dog, we would knock on your door and we would verify. And if you weren't in compliance, then you could be cited.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And guys,
I'm sure
it's similar to like what we do now, like in terms of there's an ordinance on the books that says you can't have more than 4 dogs. We're not going to go by each and every house in the city of Lawton to ensure that you don't have more than 4 dogs. And if you do have more than 4 dogs, please don't say so on the dais. But as we respond to service calls and we find individuals that are not in compliance, that's when we cite them. This isn't like a house-to-house, knock on the door type thing. This is as it comes to our attention, that's when we would cite individuals.
Right, and that was my question.
Yes.
But and the reason I asked that, because there will be constituents that are probably going to be talking to me about this. I want to make sure that I'm explaining how this works. And I do understand that this is not like the German Gestapo where we're going to go house to house and microchip all the dogs, but at the same, dogs and cats, but at the same time, the implementation of this is mostly animals that come through, and I'm sure there's repeat offenders. There's probably people that keep their dog all the time, then there's dogs that escape all the time. But the point of it is if it does anything, it's going to make your jobs easier with less manpower, because you'll be able to look on your iPad and take the dog in rather than the man hours it would take to deal with that animal. And that's really what you're attacking.
That's what I'm looking
with
at,
this
yes.
ordinance, right? Okay, thanks, Roy.
Mr. Gill?
I've got a question for you. So we're going to have everybody in Lawton, ideally, have a chip in their dog or cat. Now, I have a chip in my dog, and I have to pay an annual fee, and I do. And other card readers or chip readers can't read mine unless that fee is paid. So what are we going to do about all the people that already have a chip in their dog? We're going to have to put two in order to be compliant?
They could put another chip in there, and our chip readers will actually pick up both chips. As far as paying the annual fee, you're paying the annual fee to be able to have your animal returned to you. So that's an incentive on your part to...
I guess my question is...
Councilman Gill, one chip will suffice.
That's what my question was. The chip I have...
Yes, you will be in compliance if you already have a chip in your dog. We will be able to detect that at the animal shelter.
Okay.
Whether it's the brand we use or not, we'll be able to detect that.
Chip readers will scan all the chips.
I'm sure. And if you want me to show you,
I don't want to lose my dog.
Now, if we're not able to contact you, then we end up having to bring it in.
Just turn him loose, he'll come home.
But we will contact you one way or the other.
No.
Mr. Harris?
Thank you, Roy. So, yeah, I too have a lab that I love dearly, and she is chipped. And I will tell you that $17.25 would be a cheap price for me, because every time, if she ever gets out, I stop everything I'm doing until I find that dog. And so I think for the worried pet owners around the city, this would be a welcome addition. I think we should couch it that way. It's an additional service we're going to provide to pet owners, and so that they can worry less about their pets. And I think it...
Okay.
I got one myself.
This does not appear to be an action item, but by consensus, the council may show their pleasure of proceeding with an ordinance to come back or not. Okay, so
I believe I
guess
understand.
Legal or somebody looked at shaking heads. And
Roy, do you have a chip in you? Do you have a chip in your arm? Oh, okay.
Moving on to item number 40, consider an ordinance pertaining to vehicles and traffic, amended section 2319-1909, article 2319, chapter 23, Lawton City Code 2015, revising language to adhere to current judicial rulings regarding standing, sitting, or staying on any street, highway, or median, providing for severability, and declaring an effective date. Tim.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is coming from our city prosecutor's office in relation to a 2020 case out of U.S. 10th Circuit, where Oklahoma City had a similar ordinance which prohibited individuals from standing, sitting, or remaining for most purposes in a portion of the median that was also like this, less than 30 feet wide and located less than 200 feet from an intersection that was found unconstitutional. So in a similar light, where we looked at our ordinance, our municipal prosecutors may recommend we take that language out of our ordinance. It would still be unlawful for a person to, for the most part, to shall stand, sit, or stay in any portions of a street or highway improved and open for vehicle traffic for any purpose. There are some exemptions, but we are taking out the median language at his recommendation.
Questions or motions?
Move to adopt ordinance 23- to be named later, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only.
Second. And we have a motion and a second. Please read the ordinance.
An ordinance pertaining to vehicles and traffic, amending section 23-19-1909, article 23-19, chapter 23, Lawton City Code 2015, revising language to adhere to the current judicial rulings regarding standing, sitting, or staying on any street, highway, or median, providing for severability and declaring an effective date.
Please vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Attorney, what is the purpose, what is this specifically what are we trying to avoid here?
Well, but what I mentioned earlier is Oklahoma City apparently had a similar ordinance, and it was challenged in federal court. It went up in court, 10th Circuit Appeal in federal court, and the court overturned Oklahoma City's ordinance, found it to be unconstitutional. And so, because our ordinance appears very similar to Oklahoma City's, we're clearing up the constitutional issue, and by taking out that section.
And what problem is it we're trying to solve with?
Well, what it appears to be is, it looks like from the item that the prosecutor put together, it talks about a violation of First Amendment citizens' rights, Constitution issue. So Al's not here to actually speak on it, so that's where I'm thinking it was coming from, the court's ruling that this was some type of speech impediment issue. That's why they're taking that out. So the parts that pertain still to public safety, like standing in the road or whatnot, that is still prohibited, except when you fall into one of the categories in the new subsection B, which means, crossing at a crosswalk, that's fine. Law enforcement officers or public employees, in the street within the scope of their work, persons conducting authorized construction, maintenance work, there are some exceptions.
Okay, I'm not making myself clear. What, and I understand we had to change the ordinance because it's not correct, but what is this ordinance trying to deal with that is creating such a huge problem that it is an ordinance in the first place?
I mean, I'm just speculating, but if you're talking about standing in the median, I would say maybe panhandling, that issue, concern there.
I know that we had an issue a few years ago where the firemen go out and they want to use their boots to collect money and for charity and all that. So is that prohibited as well?
That, I believe so, under a different ordinance would still be prohibited. We have a panhandling ordinance that prohibits that, going out into the street to collect money. So that doesn't change this ordinance.
And it does not prevent people from sitting just inside the boundaries of Walmart or Aldi's or whatever? And
well, sitting within someone's private property, that would be a trespassing issue that Walmart or whoever could bring up. Now, sitting on the sidewalk adjacent to a road, that's a kind of a public way, so that this does not prohibit that activity. I believe our panhandling ordinance does prohibit, though, someone walking out into the street to collect a donation for them.
So occasionally there's a guy there at Fort Sill Boulevard and Cash Road that sits there and with a sign, so this would prohibit that as well?
No, it does not prohibit that. You can stand on the sidewalk next to the road with your sign. What is prohibited, my understanding in city code, is if you walk out onto the street to collect money from somebody.
Okay, so it's very, very specific and narrow.
And that's not this section we're talking about here. That's another section of city code.
Okay, thank you.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Moving us to staff report. Status report for Granicus short-term rental portal. Judy Franco, ITS Director. I emphasize short.
Oh, how shall I take that? Yes, real quick.
Microwaving.
Yeah, she may be physically short, but
Oh, I didn't see it. Does it go? Okay. Basically, pretty much, I wanted to just give you a brief update on our short-term rental. On our project, we're 90% completed. Louder. Shorter here. Oh. Sorry. Okay. So we're 90% completed. We're 90% completed. What we do have completed is our address identification and our compliance monitoring modules. What we're waiting for right now is a short-term renewal registration, reopen filing period. That's basically for the consumers or whoever wants to put their property up for a short-term rental. So right now our milestones are just the user acceptance testing And that's based on if we complete those 3 modules I mentioned to you. The next is the user training. Should take about a week, so that way we can get all our personnel trained up on what they need to do, help with the citizens or whoever that's wanting to rent out their bedrooms or houses. So that way we can, they have that knowledge. Our tentative live date is July of 2023. The reason why it's taking so long is development on Granicus side. They are a bit overwhelmed right now, and so I can go with a tentative live date of July 2023. So, and I wanted to just give you a brief overview of what we have right now. We have, as of May 5th, we have 231 rentals listed within city limits. Those are identified addresses based off of our GIS data that we submitted to them. And in the last 30 days of that date, there's a total of 11. Over there, it says 358 listed across short-term rental sites. Those, I believe, are just if you've advertised among different websites that I don't think that they're unique. They're unique and based off of if you said like 100 Main Street and then you did 100A Main Street. So they're not really distinct. That's all I have. Is that short and sweet?
Always a good presentation. Thank you.
So, Judy, how many of those are we currently collecting taxes from, or occupancy taxes, do we know?
This is about collecting.
We are not right now as far
Okay.
as short-term rentals.
But this is, so far we've identified how many there are.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Judy, real quick, if it's one house that's listed on 2 different, listing agencies like Airbnb and Vacation Room by Owner, that's part of your...
The 253.
Okay, so you're isolating...
Yes, distinct ones.
Yeah,
Very-
and that's the 300...
The 351 is based off of how many sites,
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
how many times.
Thank you, Judy. Have a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second? Please call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Moran. Hankins.
What do you think?
Well, we had hoped that they would get moved to last month.
That's kind of what I've been guiding.
Yeah, I think that's really what we should go
I can say that, of course, we say that.
We're gonna start as soon as we can, I know that.
How are you, Chief? Pretty good.
That makes sense. For real.
Yes, we're back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Executive session item number 41. Tim?
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending claim of Schoolhouse Slough, Inc. That conversation did occur, and there is no action necessary.
Executive session item number 42. Tim?
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss, to review the employment of John Ratliff as acting city manager. It's my understanding that conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Is there a motion for adjournment?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill.
Here.
Hampton. Uyghur. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman.